Ready. Play.
Hi, I'm here for a fairly spontaneous video just to give some thoughts ahead of what I believe is day 9, although I must say I'm getting confused between all these days at the Australian Open. What I will say is, though, it is round 4, and so we are now officially into the second week, and the matches today include Azarenka against Yastremska, Borges against Medvedev, and many more, but I won't specify them all now because I'm going to give you some predictions for these matches ahead. I didn't do one on the eve of the tournament, so Nostradamus was sleeping on the eve of the tournament, let's say, and therefore was unable to give you that unbelievable pattern of results that tend to come to fruition, more or less. Last year, of course, I did get the men's final right by saying Tsitsipas and Djokovic would make it with Djokovic winning. I also tipped Sabalenka to win the title, and hey, presto, a couple of weeks later, she did. So pay attention to these round 4 predictions. They're coming up. Azarenka Yastremska. For me, this falls into the category, like a couple of other matches today, where an underdog or a qualifier who has exceeded expectations is finally going to meet their match and run into one hurdle too many. And that applies here. So you can probably guess where I'm going with this. Although I do see Yastremska taking a set, but ultimately with Azarenka prevailing and maybe going all the way to the final. Let's see. Noskova against Svitolina, similar category. Noskova, underdog. Svitolina, fancied, if you like, and may well also get to the final. In fact, many people, Svitolina, Azarenka, let me know in the comment section below where you fall between those two. Arguably the two favorites, or certainly most experienced and fancied players to get to the final. Of course, Azarenka is a Grand Slam winner. Svitolina yet to win a Slam. Is this going to be her year? Well, I do expect her to make the quarterfinals and set up that eagerly anticipated clashes that would be with Azarenka. Again, I'll go 3 sets. Let's go for Noskova to take a set. Borges, Medvedev, also similar category. I see Medvedev just being too good. Borges' incredible run, an incredible result in the previous round, knocking out the informed Grigor Dimitrov. Wonderful. But here it comes to an end. And I'll go straight sets. That's the conviction I have for the 2021 and 2022 Australian Open finalist, Daniil Medvedev. Of course, he's yet to win the title here down under. How far can he go? Can he go on and win the title? Discuss. Zverev, Norrie, for me, Zverev straight sets. Norrie beating Ruud in the previous round in 4 sets. Yeah, kind of impressive, but for the number 19 seed, I just think that this is a step up, and it's going to be a step up too far. So I'll have the German prevailing there. Hurkacz, Cazaux, similar. I think Hurkacz is actually, some of his assignments have been far tougher early on in the tournament, and actually kind of impressive that he's got this far, given how tricky I think his draw has been. But today, it's going to get a little bit easier against the guy who upset Rune in the previous round, and I expect Hurkacz to prevail pretty comfortably, again, in straight sets. Paulini Kalinskaya, maybe the easiest one for me to predict. I know Damien feels the same way as well. And as a result, I am going with Kalinskaya to win that one against Paulini. I'll go in 3 sets. I think they're quite evenly matched, but I saw Kalinskaya play on the eve of the tournament. And I thought, wow, that's impressive. She was very impressive. Pre-Australian Open. I think she beat Krejcikova. May have to edit this out if I got that one wrong. In Adelaide. Again, I'll edit this if I get that one wrong. And I thought, wow, here we go. Kalinskaya's looking good. And she's continued that form into the Australian Open. Paulini, friend of the show, perhaps. But Paulini is somebody who is has some limits, I fear. And I hope, I would love it if Jasmine was shoving my words down my throat like a bowl of pasta. Sadly, though, I do think those limits will get exposed. I mean, they might not get exposed today. She may well win this match, but I do think sooner rather than later the Italian is exiting the tournament, and I'm going to predict it to be today, albeit in 3 sets. Zheng Dodin, comfortable win for Zheng for me, straight sets for her. To be honest with you, when I was mentioning Azarenka and Svitolina in that might get to the final discussion, Zheng was also in my mind. For me, it's kind of between those 3. Maybe some other people out there might fancy Kalinskaya or another player, but for me, it's those 3. But we'll see. But for me, she's winning that one in straight sets over the French woman. Finally, Kecmanovic, Alcaraz. Do we remember that incredible match that they had in Miami a couple of years ago? Wow. If they could show half of the drama and excitement and quality more than anything else from that particular day, we are in for a treat. Slight difference in styles. I like Kecmanovic, and I like him on a hard court and clay. And I have to say that maybe I'm a bit biased because I think I saw his 2 peaks in 2023 coming in Estoril making the final, and then obviously beating Jack Draper and playing really well at the Davis Cup. And maybe I'm being deceived by Kecmanovic and his level and some of the spectacular shots that he was able to produce across those 2 events. And I see him taking a set against Alcaraz, maybe even the first one. But ultimately, I see Carlitos prevailing in 4 sets. Let me know what you think about my predictions in the comments below. Boris Becker, Holger Rune partnership, but you could also tell me about, Holger and 2024 and maybe where he could go and where maybe he needs to improve.
Yeah, I think Boris is a great addition to his team. You've got Holger, who's a young player, somewhat of an impulsive player, unbelievably good at coming forward. This is who Medvedev should look at and just go and look at Holger Rune playing, because anything a little bit short, Holger's all over the net. So, that's Boris brings credibility to win big titles. When you've got a coach, this great picture you've got there, when you're looking in your coach's eyes and your coach has been number one, your coach has won multiple Grand Slams, has been an icon of our sport from a young age, I think it's a great mix. And, Boris is coming out of personal troubles, and for him to be, readily accepted by the rest of the tennis community and tennis fraternity straight back on tour. Boris was so engaging at in Turin. I was in the front row. He was about 15 seats down on my right, and he was standing constantly. To start with, I thought, well, his leg's sore. He needs to stand because, his knee's bad. But, he brought so much energy to Holger and so much positive energy, but also strength as well. So I think that is a really good connection. I think Holger will benefit from that for sure. And I think Holger Rune has an excellent year next year, a really good year. He's got such a good all-court game, probably the best all-court game since Federer retired. So his ability to jump on a short ball, his ability to attack, his ability to serve and volley, his ability to come forward with a forehand down the line when standing with 2 feet behind the baseline is probably the gold standard right now. And he just needs, the forehand can get a bit impulsive. He can spray a bit with that. He can get too antsy when things aren't going his way. You can see them, the nerves go up a little bit. He just needs to stay calm. He needs to chill. He needs to breathe. He needs to take his time. There's nothing that there's no problem that he needs to solve. He just needs to not beat himself. And those are the messages that he needs to really take on board for next year. And, he at some stage next year, he could be number 2 in the world, challenging Novak for number 1.
John, I won't let it go cool down, but we can do a couple.
Yeah, right now?
Yeah, okay, sure.
Okay, great.
You got it all inside of you.
Yeah, should work fine. Can I have 10 seconds or 20 seconds?
Okay.
I didn't know, sorry.
All right.
That's fine. He just wants that. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. You can just go time and then
Feel it to be true. And when you dance,
Yeah, sure.
Is it okay to stand here or you'd rather sit down there?
where do you want me?
Standing here?
Here?
Is
Okay. Yeah.
I don't want to, make you stand up for too long. Okay, let me just check the camera's on. Yes, it is. What a return! Leila Fernandez! Take him out! That's point, ladies and gentlemen. Championship Billie Jean King Cup point. Get her in somehow. What attacking? What defense? Wow! Wow! Look at this! Boy,
I was probably a little bit bamboozled with with everything. Sorry.
And Billie Jean King Cup 2023, that's a wrap.
Looks like we're live, boys. John is showing me something that he's gonna take 1 minute. I will also be consuming this bowl of fruit. However, I'm very close to finishing it, guys, so don't worry. By the time the match starts, I will be done with it. But I still have a few things here. Just want to get something in my stomach before we actually start streaming. Why am I sitting like this? Well, basically, I've just woken up like 20 minutes ago. So that's why I'm still a little lost. And that's why I also want to get something in my belly before we start a marathon of streaming, potentially. It's a Hubert Hurkacz match, so you have to be ready for like 5 hours at least. So otherwise, it's impossible. But yeah, I just woke up. I caught up with some of Azarenka Jastrzębska. I also caught up with the junior results. Life is good.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I made a tiny technical error by putting myself camera on the stream, but actually not being ready. Whereas if I'd left myself backstage, you might have been aware that you were taking the lead, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure what to do.
That.
Yeah.
I was basically had a mouthful because I'm at the end of my meal. You're at the beginning of yours, perhaps. And I was darting off to the kitchen to just dump my plate, etc.
I'm wrapping it up. Just 2 more slices of pineapple and 2 more strawberries, and I'll be gone.
Good, very healthy, Damien. I was actually, this second stage of my meal was less healthy, but the first stage was papaya, which can be ridiculously expensive when you buy it in Europe, but when you buy it a bit closer to home, it can be pretty good value. Daniel Medvedev has won the first set 6-3. That's a developing thing. So there
that's
we go.
fair. If I ever go somewhere tropical, that's a good sort of.
I love papaya. I love it. Yeah, but often I find in the UK anyway, maybe in Germany too, it's just ridiculously expensive. Gorgeous. So he's won that 6-3.
Fruit and vegetables definitely have gone up.
Okay.
Yeah, 6-3 Medvedev. Yeah, I fear for Nuno there. I feel that every set is gonna be like that.
I haven't seen. It's been on my screen probably for the last 20 minutes or so, maybe a bit less. But I haven't seen much of it. I didn't see any of Svitolina, but then there was barely any to watch in terms of her retirement. I've got the sort of latest Australian Open news zooming across the bottom of the screen, so you can be across all those 3 news stories. People do hit the like button. Of course, if you are new to the channel, hit subscribe. But yes, that's unfortunate for Svitolina. Just as the draw was, I think opening up is a bit too strong because it kind of opens up for
everyone there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It was fairly evenly matched. I tell you what, it does mess up though. Is a poll that I put on Twitter about a few hours ago saying who's getting to the final: Azarenka, Svitolina, Zheng, and other. Because I thought those 4 were quite balanced. Yeah, and I think it had 24 hours to run, and it probably was posted, I don't know, some point in the last few hours. It might have been 12 hours ago, but anyway, that a lot of people now voting Zheng in that poll. Going, yeah, look at how clever we were.
Yeah.
But maybe she'll be the third. They were the 3 favorites to get to the final. I mean, I'm not saying overwhelmingly so, but they were sort of the 3 likeliest, I felt, from that section of the draw. But now it's just 1 left already from those 3.
Yeah, Jake giving us a comment on Borges Medvedev. Yeah, I just don't know how Nuno wins 6 games in a set. Just needs to play at such an incredible level of aggression to ever start claiming points. Seems like his first serve percentage was, at least from these stats on TNNS, is really high as well, and it still doesn't give him much. So yeah,
TNNS stats are probably the least reliable amongst a bunch of unreliable.
I'll check it on the Australian Open website, but I guess first serve percentage most of the time should be
close-ish.
Good. Yeah,
that's what more reliable. Even unforced errors and the rest of it. Just Anyway, see what the Aussie Open said. Maybe it's dead on.
It is good. Yeah, it is good. Yeah, it is. It is right. Yeah. So
I see it.
even
I
with
look
a
at
percentage like that, right, he cannot do much to Daniel.
I look at those stats generally as an indicator rather than something cast iron. But good that they are accurate today on that at least.
Yeah, so when it comes to the top half of the women's, I think at this point we really have to look at it like who is gonna give us a final, and I mean all of them can, but
Paulini?
will they?
I mean,
No,
Paulini's
no,
beaten
Paulini,
Sabalenka.
Paulini is the player who can't. Yeah, that's true. But all the other players can, but it's a big if. So we'll see. But Yastremska, Noskova definitely in that group of can. I don't know if they will, and the same I guess for Zheng, Dodao, and Kalinskaya. I guess when I said that all of them can, I was already thinking of Paulini out of the event because I also don't really believe that she will make the final. I mean, I really like her. She's amazing. She's got over the past year or so, of course, what a phenomenal run. But yeah, I can't fully say that that she can make the final here, that she's quite as high when it comes to the upside as the other players in this section. She could still make it, like, especially since the draw has opened up for everyone, as we said, but she's the least likely.
Paulini winning the next 3 matches to get to the final, I was going to say 4 because that would be the final itself, is probably more likely than Taylor Fritz beating Djokovic.
I think so. Like Paulini, this is the quality of players that she's been beating the last year. You don't get to number 30 in the world or like number 27 or whatever she is right now without beating these kinds of players, right? It's just that if Kalinskaya plays, at her peak, if Zheng or Dodao play at her peak, if Yastremska or Noskova play at her peak, then Paulini is the underdog.
Couple of people retweeting us on Twitter, so thank you for that to Joseph and to Ishmael as well. So that really helps. And yeah, if you can quickly share this as well for those of you tuning in on the stream, that also helps too. I actually don't have Hurkacz on my screen yet. I'm guessing they're on court.
Well, depends.
I'm surprised that this delayed because they were scheduled for 1 a.m. my time, which I guess is
but just John, as usual, you can check the schedule and you would find out that there was a doubles match that made it go longer.
I thought they were following. Oh, I see. I've messed up then. I thought they were going to be on early or dead on time because, okay, I made a mistake then. I thought they were following maybe either of the 2 women's matches that already finished.
No. These are not the same courts. I mean, Kaza and Hurkacz are on John Cain Arena, whereas Azarenka Yastremska was on Rod Laver and Noskova Svitolina was on Margaret Court.
Who was John Cain in the grand scheme of things?
No clue. Shout out to Ariel Becher and Adam Pawlaszek, though, who pulled off the comeback, beat Santiago Gonzalez and Nils Kapski, and that's why we are delayed with Kazo Hurkacz. In fact, that's also why I wasn't sure if you were gonna just start the live or something, because it's still a few minutes probably, but
yeah, I
can just sit here.
I thought they were going to be dead on 1 or 10 past.
Yeah. If you thought that, then of course.
You lucky boy, Daniel. I mean, it's a horrible shot from him, and it actually suggests a lack of concentration from Daniel rather than anything else. But he got away with it because it just fell dead off the net. I mean, that's...
Yeah, and on Margaret Court, there's your favorite doubles pairing right now.
Siegemund and Krejcikova?
Exactly.
You called them my girlfriends earlier.
Someone did in the chat, and I just repeated.
I thought you did it as well. It was funny.
I mean, I just repeated it because I think it was Ghosty who called Krejcikova your girlfriend, and that's why I didn't follow up with the.
I think that's how
the second one as well. Since this must be your favorite doubles pairing right now. You have to start watching doubles. I have to start watching Krejcikova Zygmunt.
Yeah, and did we get an answer regarding my question earlier, which is have they had a fallout? Because. I don't know. I thought Siniakova was going to concentrate on a singles career, but next thing you know...
I mean, Siniakova said that she Siniakova basically chose to end the partnership, and I think Krejcikova has stated since that she was surprised by that.
Yeah.
Which I get because, well, they were so dominant, right?
It's also an Olympic year. So it's not like maybe you think I need to play alongside somebody who I think I'll be playing alongside at the Olympics. I get that. But
They'll probably play the Olympics anyway. Yeah.
well, it'd be interesting if they don't play together at the Olympics. I mean, that would be.
Yeah.
I'll set tongues wagging, as we would say in the UK, Jake. I'm sure you know that expression. Jake is waiting for Tesco's open to get the beer. This is my first night, I think, since Wednesday when I've not been on the beer, Jake. Much needed, let's say. I woke up today super hungry and went to a market and got a very, very tasty hot dog. And that might sound like a contradiction in terms because most hot dogs around the world are lame, but this was proper sausage, proper vegetable, wrapped in proper bread. Yeah, but most sausages are like these Frankfurter plastic things, right?
Yeah, I mean they usually use the cheapest stuff, the least amount of meat in these.
Good
for sure.
sausage, good sausage. It was almost like I was at a butcher's ordering this at this particular street market, and yeah.
I do have a couple of beers in my fridge, and I was even thinking about
I heard you
drinking
say
them.
earlier. Huh?
Yeah,
I mean, listen,
but I just woke up and I don't really
Yeah.
feel like it. I
Yeah,
might
yeah.
delay that until today, in the evening. Yeah, I was thinking about drinking them yesterday evening, but I just had that Indian Wells final I had to watch and also just submit an article after that, and yeah, it was never really suitable.
Thursday stream with Jethro. I can't remember the match, but somebody said, "Oh, I think John is getting a little bit tipsy," and I'd only had two, albeit large. beers. Yeah. Somebody, I can't remember. It was one of the regulars said it. It might have been Jake. I don't remember. And they were kind of right. I did notice myself just struggling over a couple of words, and yet it only for me, who's a seasoned drinker, it was quite a small amount, 2 beers to have. But I did notice. Fortunately, the stream was then ending. It was you, was it, Jake? Yeah, and you were right. I mean, often I'll deny it till the cows come home, but I was like, yeah, I do feel a bit. Yeah, but fortunately, the stream ended at that juncture just about, so that was good.
Ooh, Jeffro was watching Bias versus Sinner. Ugh.
Oh yeah. Oh, listen, Nick. By the way, that day, you know, Nick doesn't. If you've seen this, Nick on Twitter, he releases a load of matches that he's looking forward to.
Yeah,
But Nick, on many occasions, sort of will get swayed by public opinion. And I'll give you an example. Nick is actually reluctant to put Iga at number 1 in his power rankings and to suggest she's going to win matches, even when it's a completely fair judgment to come to. Whether she wins the Australian Open or not, and we know how that.
but
panned
did
out.
he put her at her number?
He did, but it's like I don't want to, and it's like Nick,
Uh-huh.
that's not how it works. You know, you should, you know, it's what you honestly think, and it's how you see things panning out. But and it comes down also to some of these matches. He put Bias Sinner in his list of matches to watch that particular day. There was another match in there as well that I was like, there was 2 in there, and they both were horrible. And I just thought, no, what are you doing? And I think it was because it was like, oh, my mate.
But I
Jeff,
think eventually he always caters, right? He eventually always caters to the public opinion then, because I guess I've always seen Świątek get number 1 in his rankings.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
So I
But
don't mind that. No.
catering to the public would be actually because everyone goes, oh, you only putting her there because you're an eager fan.
Aha,
That's
so
what-
the other way
yes.
around. Okay.
That's the pressure he has to resist.
Yeah, I mean, he's explicitly stated that he is an Iga fan, so I guess
So
it
then
makes
when he
sense
puts her high,
that people then throw it at you, basically.
yeah, exactly. Even if it's-
Anytime I said something, there are a few guys who anytime I say something about, let's say, Alcaraz and he loses, they would comment something like, "Oh, the guy with an Alcaraz podcast takes an L. How surprising," or something like that, which is funny to me because
It is.
I know, I understand that it can look that way. I think I even talked about this on one of these talking tennis, off cameras conversations recently. I think we even talked about this, that well, I asked you whether you think that people can look at the show that way. I think at first, when someone doesn't really listen to it, then certainly he can probably perceive it like this. That maybe me and Vansh are like some massive Alcaraz and Świątek fans, which
Okay.
isn't really the
Yeah,
case.
if I
But,
hadn't, that's true. If I didn't know anything about it, and I would go, oh, okay, yeah, that could be just sort of two fans, one from Poland, okay, one's from the US or California, and but
if someone doesn't know it, if someone like
Sure.
had never listened to it, I think it's a fair assumption. So I don't blame anyone. It's something that we'll sort of have to be okay with. Although I enjoyed this comment under the most recent episode when someone was just saying that he enjoyed me fanboying over Lucas Klein, and that he also enjoyed when Vansh was fanboying. Apparently, I don't remember that, but apparently he was over Ons at Wimbledon. So yeah, we do have some
Who
favorites.
came
obviously.
on? Was it just you and Vanch on the most recent one, or did you have someone else on?
No. It's me and him. We just did these two episodes with guests during the off season. One
Carlos.
for Iga, one for Iga, one for Carlos.
So you had Carlos for Carlos.
Carlos, yeah. Carlos.
And what was the other one? Who was the other one?
Juan Ignacio.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And of course, his episode is the most popular, which I was expecting. Like, there's a lot of Juan Ignacio mutuals, even maybe fans in a way on Twitter, and I was like fully expecting that episode to be the most popular. And
Juan Ignacio and I, as a collective, although it would be Juan Ignacio if we get lucky with this, have applied for Santiago.
As a collectible?
I mean, I sort of set balls rolling often with these things, or I sometimes, actually, I think it's Juan Ignacio who's done it on this occasion, but, sometimes it's me who's filling in the application form, but I want to emphasize that it would only be him going, not me.
Okay. So he's going under Talking Tennis.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for a response, which, knowing bloody tennis tournaments...
Nah, he'll probably get it, but...
Yeah, maybe, but the point is knowing tennis tournaments, it'll probably be like 3 days after.
Yeah, it will be like a week before the event. Yeah, obviously.
I wish they would do that slightly differently.
I wish that too, because especially if you're coming from abroad, it's really tough. Arthur Cazaux and Hubert Hurkacz starting up now. First point goes to the Frenchman.
Good. Just making a coffee. By the way, what's your prediction for this? What are your thoughts? I mean, maybe I was a bit harsh, but I went straight sets. Hurkacz.
What? I mean, the only thing I wanted to say now was not straight sets for either. I mean, it's a safe
maybe
rest.
I overestimated Hurkacz on the return.
Maybe you underestimated Cazaux on the serve, rather.
As well.
I would probably go in that direction. Like, yeah. I mean, it's a serve fest. It's tough to say anything about this one, really. Cazaux also has some, compared to Humbert even, he has a lot of ability to, close down the net and actually wrap up points easily, which against Hurkacz is pretty important, given his defending being more about extending the rallies rather than, countering, turning defense into offense. So, I think Cazaux has a pretty excellent skill set at tackling Hurkacz.
How many players in this half of the draw compared to the top half could, that's the key word here, pose Novak a problem or a question? As in we look at Rublev's, Fritz and Tsitsipas. Okay, Tsitsipas is now out, but we're like, oh, that against Novak is just, yeah.
I'm struggling to say more than one. I'm struggling to say
on this side of the draw.
Yeah.
I mean, this is coming from someone who thought Medvedev would beat him in the US Open final, or at least go 5. I can't remember which one of those two you went for. Carlos is the one, obviously, you're thinking of. Yeah. But doesn't Zverev ask?
Zverev. Yeah, I forgot about Zverev. Just because I was thinking of Alcaraz, I just sort of eliminated Zverev because they're in the same quarter. I totally forgot he exists. So Zverev has a very good matchup against Djokovic, I think.
Wouldn't that be okay, let's see what happens. I'm not. Novak wins probably in straight sets.
Who
3,
do you mean?
4, and 3, but wouldn't it be interesting, at least for the first time to see it?
Who?
Cazaux.
Djokovic? Nah, I mean, I don't know if I buy it, especially in a final. best of
Oh, yeah,
five. I mean, you just said Hurkacz was gonna beat him in 3, so I don't know. Like, yeah, it just takes.
Hurkacz at Wimbledon last year was.
I know, but then again, also I don't know if I trust it in the final in the best of 5 format. But theoretically, Hurkacz is an option because he can just save bot. But I don't know if that's enough against Novak, really, given that Novak will also be winning his games so easily against Hurkacz. But there's also yeah, so of course Medvedev is also an answer that some people will give you. As I said, I have a bit of PTSD, but yeah, Alcaraz for sure. Zverev, I think, second answer. Then Medvedev. Then Hurkacz probably. That's like the hierarchy when it comes to who can trouble Novak. But yeah, this day, by the way, like the top half of the women's draw, bottom half of the men's draw, so much more exciting than the other. So right now and in the quarterfinals, we'll probably get a much better day than on Tuesday, for example, where it is quite kind of likely that all 4 quarterfinals will be pretty weak.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be relying on you guys for Hurkacz updates, says Jake, of course. Okay, you're watching Zverev, Norrie not out of choice. You still have some time there, right? Because of Krejcikova, Zygmunt, I think. Although they are a double breakup in the second set, so probably not
When
that
he says
much
not
time
out of
there.
choice, that could be because the UK has one feed or something, and that's the one.
Or he's like doing some work with related to that.
Oh, maybe. I think he's not working right now. I think.
Although, yeah, he said he wanted to get some beers in Tesco, so maybe maybe he's actually not working.
You have Tesco's in Poland?
Yeah. It's not like super popular, but probably like one of the 6, 7 most popular supermarkets, I would say.
Biedronka is one of the supermarkets I remember in Poland. Meaning lady.
Yeah, Biedronka is the most popular by far, alongside Lidl. But I think Biedronka is probably the biggest chain. But yeah, Tesco is there. I used to have Tesco in my hometown. No, it's not there anymore.
I need to check. Did I plug my? No, I didn't. This happens to me all the time. I change laptops that I forget to put my microphone in. I don't know if you ever noticed the difference. Like now, I've just switched to. Yeah. So for the last 10 minutes, I've been on. Not on my microphone. I mean, you can hear me obviously if it comes through the mic from the laptop, but fortunately now I am on the mic. I'm still watching Borges Medvedev. Borges is trying to eke out a 3-2 lead on serve. Yeah, Shelton was the one in that sort of first few rounds for Novak that I thought, okay, well, if that happens, that could be intriguing.
Kazov 3 breakpoints up, and he like put a phenomenal point, really. So fast around the court, he like recovers from a pretty defensive position at first, drop shots Hurkacz, and also gets to this volley on the stretch, like way too quick for Hubert to do something. So actually 3 breakpoints for him already. Second game of the match.
Which, given Hurkacz's return likelihood, is a pretty good advantage for Kazov.
In most of the time in this match, we would expect that one break will seal the deal, definitely.
My predictions for today.
Go
on, tell me, because I'm not watching.
No, it was a net course that Hurkacz basically couldn't get to. I'm not even sure if he did. I think now there's a discussion because maybe the umpire said double bounce. But even if like not up, but even if Hurkacz got to it, I mean, I don't know if he got to it or not. But Kazov still finished off that volley, and there was nothing that Hurkacz could do. Now there's a replay. I'm gonna tell you if it actually was. No, Hurkacz definitely got to it, but yeah, Kazov finishes it off anyway.
You okay, Vanch, to come forward, or do you want me to hold on? Vanch, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Yep, cool.
So already,
Sometimes
already
I
a break
don't-
to love. And
Sometimes I don't
yeah.
ask, and I just bring them forward, and they're like, "Oh, hang on a second, I'll just."
I know, yeah.
So I
Yeah.
try to remember.
wow,
but
Kazal
sometimes I get
broke?
so excited.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I did not. I haven't seen any of this match yet. So
Yeah, I mean, he played like
did
a
Hubie
pretty
play a bad game or what happened?
insane game. No.
Oh, okay.
It was just straight up
That's good.
like
So more
hitting
of
off
more
the
of what we've
ground.
seen.
Kazori
More
covering
of what we've seen
in a
from
couple
Kazal
of
this tournament.
points. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really had a matchup like this.
Didn't
I
you commentate on
guess.
Kato Runa?
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah. He hasn't really had a matchup like this, so it's a pretty different dynamic, I think, to all of Grigspor, Rune, and Jere. But yeah, he did recover in a couple of points, played a great drop shot, then broke actually thanks to a net cord, but of course it was a break to love, so it doesn't mean that he wouldn't have eventually. I will see if he can take that home in the opening set. Hurkacz trying to go for like
Yeah,
this
it was-
big forehand return, but
It was amazing how he just destroyed Grigspor.
yeah, I mean, let's not get too hung up on this result, honestly, because Grigspor was like super flat and yeah, it was never really a match. I guess Talon never played that well in this event either. Like he was outplayed by for 2 sets and a half by Safiullin. He eventually fights back. Fifth set, Safiullin also creates so many chances. But yeah, great effort, of course, from Talon to get it there. And then in the second round, Fils was just after the opening set, Fils was out and then just kept fighting himself. That was when Grigspor had to battle against a good effort from another player. But yeah, he was never really playing that well in the first place.
Medvedev has a break point at the moment, but it's not the first one. I think it's his second one and he's not got it. No. Something I was going to say. Oh well, it's gone. I've forgotten now. Forget it. So Runa, don't remember.
Yeah, you asked something about Rune, but
Yeah,
I mean,
something else.
it seemed like you wanted to talk about Kazuo Rune for I don't know what reason, but it seemed like you mentioned that
Maybe, yeah, but I'm trying to think of my train of thought right now, but I've lost it. I think. In
off the
Norway,
beer
yeah.
and already.
I know. I need to get back on the beer to get my cohesion in place. I'm so familiar with beer drinking that I'm more cohesive when I drink beer than when I'm not. I'm on the coffee tonight, Vanch. So, cheers.
I'm starting to get a little
I've been
warmed
drinking-
up, so I might get that beer soon.
Go on, Vanch. You've been drinking what?
I don't actually drink beer, but the drink that I do drink a lot, quite a lot these
Rum?
days actually, is I don't know if you can guess it, but if I give you a hint,
Tequila, like
maybe you
Adrian
guys know what it
Manarino.
is.
Tequila.
No, it only
Rum
has a
cola, I
small amount of alcohol content. I'll just give you a hint. I'll say Morgan Riddle.
Is it the US Open thing that I don't remember?
No, it's not
what's it
that.
called? Like,
What's the clue, Vanch? Say again.
Morgan
The clue is
Riddle.
Morgan
Oh.
Riddle.
Morgan Riddle.
Yeah.
Is that a brand? Maybe
No,
a
it's it's Taylor Fritz's girlfriend, but it
Yeah.
is still. Oh, is it something with
Veggie.
spritz?
I didn't know. Thought it was a brand of something.
Is it something with spritz? Because
I mean,
Fritz-
she is a brand in a way.
know.
Bovril, I like this one because Bovril is the hot drink version of the Vegemite that she's had to consume.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yes,
very quick.
yes.
So that's
So,
why.
So did you watch the video with her trying the Vegemite?
Not
I
video. I've seen photos. But is that the drink?
Okay.
I mean, I never would have heard of that. So.
It's the drink that she used to water it down, basically.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
she.
no,
I didn't.
I didn't know that drink, so I couldn't have guessed that. But
Kombucha.
okay,
Did you say Sambuca?
Kombucha.
kombucha. Kombucha, I've heard
Yeah.
of. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I was never.
I've
gonna
never
get that one.
drunk. I don't think I've never drunk. I don't think I've ever drunk it. No, but wow.
Acidic.
So you are a bit of a
Like a little
drinker,
bit of
Vanch, then.
Yeah,
Maybe
Vanch.
what of
Talking
it?
tennis has turned into
Yes.
alcohol.
But the thing is, it's fermented, so it's supposed to be like really good for your gut.
Okay.
Hmm.
Unlike probably beer and various other things I've been consuming in the last 3 days.
Beer is good for your for some other organs, though, right?
Well, certainly not the liver.
No,
Probably
no.
not the heart. Not the heart. Um,
But the
um,
kidneys, I
the
mean,
kidneys,
yeah.
no.
No,
What?
the kidneys actually. It
Really?
filters because it filters the kidneys. Yes.
I would have
Yeah,
thought.
Yes.
I would have thought the kidneys have to do more work.
No. Actually, kidneys get like just maybe a like the content of them gets like purified or something like
Okay.
that. I know that my dad has excellent kidneys due to beer. However, of course, the liver is a different type of deer. But every doctor says that his kidneys are, just working so fine.
So I went to this market today, super hungry, and I also said, John, this is too much because I'd done 3 days of drinking. Admittedly, the first one wasn't too bad, but the next two were. And I also didn't sleep a lot. I actually fell asleep this morning, like with an empty bottle of Heineken next to my bed, and I woke up like to do the sort of, or to ask you and Mario to do last ball drops, which was about an hour and a half after the last ball had dropped, because I'd fallen asleep during De Minaur Rublev, and so I thought, no, John, you need to have a healthy few days. And so today is the first of those.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Especially during the Australian Open. I mean, it's not like I'm going to bed at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock or whatever. I mean, and Rio is one temptation after the other, so it's just ridiculous. I could go to the street right now, and probably not too far away, there's a party of some sort going on. Just gained a subscriber during that alcoholic beverage discussion, so talking alcohol seems to be quite popular.
Yeah. Once we get like 10K
Get
subscribers, we'll
Heineken.
start all these other, secondary channels, and one of them.
Go on, Vanch.
Should reach out to Heineken and get a sponsor.
Oh,
That would
right.
be beautiful. I mean, anyone really, but Heineken would be welcome. Probably Budweiser, no. Although of course money talks. I'm not. I'm not going to say sorry, Budweiser. That $20,000 that you're offering is not good enough because I'm not a fan of your product. Suddenly I'll be there. Hey, Budweiser.
I don't know if I could get Budweiser in here. You might have to send it to me when they sponsor
What about
us.
the Czech
Heineken,
one?
I could.
There's a Czech Budweiser. I don't know if you know
I
that,
don't know.
Damien. There's a
I
Czech
didn't
one.
really see it in
And the Czech
shops,
one's
I
good.
guess.
Czech one's good. Unlike the American one. Sorry, people. So Medvedev has yet to break. He's had a few chances in this set. Oh, you lucky boy again, Daniel. 2 incredible net chords he's had go his way. Poor Borges is just looking very glum after that one.
The rally was pretty funny, and actually Hurkacz wins it like after 30 shots or something like that. He doesn't really have anything to hit through Cazot off the ground, but the Frenchman kind of helped him with this drop shot, and the exchange at the net took like 5 shots as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing that point.
Jake is saying OMG. I don't know if that's something from. I reckon it's the net chord that he's saying that too, that I've just seen. I quite like this part of the tournament, actually, in a way, when it's thinning out, but there's still plenty going on. Maybe first round can be a bit chaotic, and it's difficult to know what to watch and what's going on.
Now they gave us the additional day, right? So it got a little less chaotic, I guess.
True.
But yeah, it's still the qualifying was definitely trickier, but yeah, it's still pretty chaotic. But after the 4th round, it just kind of dies, and there's just one match at the same time. And
Yeah.
What's the fun in that?
3rd round is
I
a nice sweet
agree. I
spot.
agree. There's a balance. Sorry, Vanch.
I think 3rd round is like the nice
Yeah.
sweet spot
Yeah.
of the tournament. Like usually my favorite round.
You get some. It's
'Cause
also
like,
sort of
not too chaotic.
Uh-huh.
And that's the
shot
break
too.
back,
But it's like you
actually,
can
for
definitely
Hurkacz,
watch
by
two
the way.
matches at the same
Oh,
time.
really, Damien?
Yes, spraying on the forehand a couple of times. Once just +1 shot, once just after a pretty longer, like a longer exchange. So, yeah. And Jake says that he is covering 19-20 matches a day during the first round. So, yeah, that must be one of the worst days of the year then.
Wow. Yeah. What is the publication that Jake writes for again? It's kind of slipping my mind.
Are you talking
I
about
think
tennis
I
form
remember
or?
asking this.
Are you talking about
Yeah,
tennis
that's the one.
form?
Okay, yeah. I think so, right? Is that what Jake writes for?
Well, he most certainly did, and up until some time ago. I don't know if he still does, honestly, but I know he did. Maybe I missed an update.
Well, anyway, Hurkacz breaking back. I didn't know we were going to get 2 breaks of serve in the first 5 games.
Yeah, maybe we'll actually get more of that, and certainly once the point goes neutral, it's kind of hard to say what will happen. Hurkacz with not much to really like hit through Kazo, but Kazo also needs to be like very efficient in trying to outplay him. So they're both pretty fast. Well, Kazo is fast. Hurkacz is like has long arms and legs.
So we've
Hurkacz
got
has long
Speedy
limbs.
Gonzalez against Inspector Gadget, a couple of cartoon characters.
Sort of. Yeah. I mean, Hurkacz is fast too, of course, but for his physical build especially. But they will be able to recover a lot of points from the defense. It's just, I guess, a question of how much they get for free on their serves. So far, not so much, honestly. Even here, Hurkacz had to
So with
play
the
for
winner
that
of
point.
of Medvedev, Borges, and Kazo and Hurkacz, are they going to play on the day in the quarterfinal? Probably, right? Like the quarterfinal will probably be a day match.
Because you are expecting Alcaraz Zverev in the other?
Because
Yes.
of the timing. Because like today's matches are first, so you'd imagine they'd be
Right.
first again, right?
Right, exactly. Like I think they'll just keep it consistent throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, that's usually
Like for
how it's
instance,
done.
Novak again playing in the day. You know, he played in the day for his 4th round. Now he's playing in the day again tomorrow. So
They
So
might.
Novak is playing
and he'll have to
tomorrow
play in
during the
the
day session again?
Have they already given him the day session
and
against
then he'll
Taylor?
also yes.
Ah.
So night session is Sinner Rublev, day session Novak Fritz.
And because he's playing, because those quarterfinals are tomorrow, again, I would imagine that'll be the first semi-final on Friday.
Yeah, I think the first semifinal will be day. I mean,
Yeah.
Djokovic and
Day-ish,
Fritz will
yeah.
be in the day.
Yeah. I mean, with that, it
Yeah.
certainly will be like this. Yeah, Djokovic.
Although if it's like
Sinner,
Berrettini Nadal, then it'll be closed roof.
I was pretty sure, but then I saw like Simon Camber said that it's not 100%. Like it's up to the schedulers, but
well, it's
as far
never
as I know, I thought it
100%.
was.
It's never
Never 100%,
stated, but you know, even when Djokovic Alcaraz was a
Yeah.
semi-final last year at the French, it was still the first
Yes,
match.
you're right. It was the first match, and
I mean,
everyone thought, oh,
it's
maybe
not a
it will be
rule,
night.
but you know,
Yes, but yeah, I guess logically.
it's not a rule.
it
It's just
makes
how
sense.
it's done.
Got it.
So yeah, Kostyuk Goff at 3 a.m. tomorrow. I guess it's the most interesting match, so I probably should wake up for that. And then we also have
it is,
Djokovic
especially if
Fritz.
Marta is capable of playing as well as we know she can play.
Hi, somebody on Twitter. Give this a retweet if you can. Oh, Medvedev is broken, so it's 6-3, 4-3 with a break. Oh, somebody has a question. That makes me feel nervous. Just don't be about tennis, then we'll be all right. If it's about alcohol, we might have a good chance. Who do you like in the Kazo match? I mean, Damien, you can sort of repeat what you said at the beginning of the stream in terms of how you think this match could.
I don't really see an edge for either player. Like it's a surf fest.
I mean,
They
here's
both-
another thing. The poll we've got is also quite close, or very close, actually. Look at that. 35 votes, 51-49.
Sometimes we could say that this is the first fourth round for Kazo and like he can get nervous. But if you have like a big weapon to rely on and you're playing Hurkacz, it's easy not to. Like when Menchik played Hurkacz, it was the same, right? I mean, you won't get nervous because there's no space for him to do it really. It's way too natural, way too simple for him to keep executing that game plan. So I don't really see what sort of edge anyone has here really. Would be certainly very surprised to see it go in 3, unless it's like 2 tie breaks or something like that, 2 close sets, which just go one way, which always can happen. I mean, why not? But yeah, that was a pretty stunning shot from Hurkacz, but it's just to go 15-30 down, so probably not that impressive. I mean, probably not that important, but he basically redirected the big Kazo forehand with his down the line.
Did you? Oh, hello, Surfer Board X. What's up? I don't know who this person is, but yes, it is me, Vunch. Yeah. Did you see any of the Azarenka match? By the way, Azarenka.
I caught a bit of it on replay. Looks like the usual Yastremska match where she's just blasting the ball. The opponent is just reacting, trying to get more balls back in play. But I don't know. I mean, she definitely has like a more less dynamic technique. I would say it's like more brute power. But yeah, of course she's a very good
you wanted my
striker.
opinions on the Kazo Hurkacz match. Yeah, pretty similar. Like it's hard to see who has the edge. It's gonna come down to like tie breaks. And like Hurkacz is probably just this very slight favorite for me, just based on his experience. I don't really know, to be honest. Maybe he'll just be more clutch on his serve in the tie breaks. Maybe the forehand will hold up. He'll use it as an approach shot, come in.
He has like the more obvious.
It's tough to get the ball by Kazo.
Serve, right? Like he has the more obvious type of serve points, I think. Like when they're going to be playing a tiebreak, he has the more obvious advantage because it's like 3 aces, whereas Kazo might be like Kazo's serve is a little different, I guess, in that it sets him up well. Of course, he's also hitting a lot of aces this event, but probably Hurkacz is the one who will like get the most completely free points, whereas Kazo will still need to hit like a couple of big forehands. But I don't know. It's it's not really. It's not much. Yeah. And also with Yastremska Azarenka, like I think that was compared to the Ostapenko matchup, very different because the serve doesn't give you all that much. Like Azarenka really serve-botted her way again to victory against Ostapenko, and against Yastremska.
Well, her first serve was very poor.
So rough.
In the first set, I think she was at 29% first serve points won, which was like the key stat of the set because it felt like every time Azarenka was either tossing the ball so far to the right and she was just like not making first serves. I think she was at 50% first serves in the first set. She only won 29% of those points. And it's just like every big moment she could not rely on her serve at all.
And even if she could, like this isn't a matchup where it matters as much as in the Ostapenko battle. Like this is one where she actually gets tested also in terms of that movement in defense, which has been a little worse than before.
Borges has broken back thanks to a double fault from Daniil, so they're back on serve. I've got a couple of things to just say, just briefly on the Hurkacz-Kazo match, but then also a bit more on Yastremska Azarenka. There's something about that Hurkacz loss to Zverev on the eve of this tournament in the United Cup that I found a bit uncomfortable and just really knocked my belief in Hubie a bit. I don't know if it's because he was up in the match. I think he won the first set and then he just sort of fell apart. I think, was it a deciding set tiebreak, that particular encounter?
He had too much points in the second set. But he had too much points in the second set.
Yeah. So there was something about that just sort of made me think, okay.
Yeah, but now that he's won 3 matches. Yeah,
I mean, I think the 3 matches he's come through have been quite impressive, considering how I think 1 or 2 of them have been very tricky. So that's sort of maybe that balances things up a little bit. Regarding Yastremska and Azarenka, I'm glad you mentioned the serve stats there, Vanch, because I would have certainly done so. 29% at the end of the first set, and on her first, I think she was winning 60% on her second, but she wasn't going close to the
Yes,
line on the
64%.
first. She wasn't taking
Right.
enough risks that she had to do exactly. And Yastremska was just eating up the first serve for breakfast more than the second.
Yeah.
And another thing was that Azarenka was still going up a break in each of the sets. I mean, she went 3-love up, and I think probably lost the next 6 games in the second set. It was 6. Oh, it was 6-4, wasn't it? The second set. So she won one of those games.
But yeah.
And then in the tie break as well, back in the first set. Excuse me for jumping all over the show here, but she got Yastremska got a set point on her serve, and I thought, you know what, she needs one on return, not on her serve, and so she loses that point, and it gets to 6-all. And then she does go and win it on a return set point. Of course, Azarenka was serving for that first set on 2 occasions and had at least 2 set points in the meantime. So there's a lot of missed opportunities for Azarenka. But yeah, she was immediately down in so many rallies on her serve.
Yeah, it's a bummer because I thought the draw was kind of opening up for both Svitolina and Azarenka, but
Now it's opening up for Noskova and Yastremska.
Exactly, yeah.
It is
But
basically
Svitolina,
fully open for every single player in the top half of the women's draw. Like, we really should stop predicting anything there. If Jasmine Paolini makes the final, let's welcome her there and say ciao tutti and whatever. Something in
I
Polish
actually
as
really
well.
like watching Paolini. Paolini is like such a fun watch because she's like what 5'2" or something like that, and she hits the ball.
If
so
she's
big.
being aggressive with her forehand, then yes. If she's not, nah.
Yeah, like that
She's
mode that she
definitely
went into
better
against Kerber.
than Cocciaretto,
I
Bronzetti,
want that
Trevisan.
version of Paolini. Like
Yeah,
that
but
version of
that's an
Paolini
injured
that stood up
version
against
of
Kerber.
Paolini. That's
I
an
know,
injured version of Paolini.
but it just sort of makes you think like, okay, she has that in her, but like, you know, can she do it like against a non-injured opponent and like, you know, for enough time to win
Well,
a
no,
big match?
but she did that once in this match for 4 games, and but yeah, over time, of course, that sort of hitting is not really sustainable. But
I mean, she
did
had a
get
really
that.
good patch against Blinkova. Like she was 4-1 down in the
Mhm.
second set, and then she just like really like sort of upped the aggression, wasn't missing, and like Blinkova made a ton of unforced errors, and then she ended up winning 5 games in a row. So Blinkova, of course, probably a little bit fatigued also from that tiebreak.
I don't know. I barely watched that one. I was so certain that Paolini was gonna win that I didn't really follow it.
Yeah, so I guess.
But yeah, I hope Kalinskaya beats her though. Like, I just want to see higher upside right now in these later rounds, just because yeah, we kind of need someone to
It's
make the
actually not
final
that-
competitive.
Yeah, like I think it will be because, especially if it's Kalinskaya Zenk, it's
The final,
Kalinskaya
I mean.
Shinwen. Yeah, so if it's Shinwen or if it's Nashkova, could be competitive. I don't know. To be honest, I really don't know, dude. That top half is just
Zhenk against
it's just
Sabalenka?
brutal.
No, I mean, I'm talking about
No,
the
it
final.
won't. Oh, you're talking about the final. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
talking about the
no.
final being competitive. I mean, everything in the top half of the women's draw is competitive now.
As far as I'm
Everyone.
concerned, Coco Gauff and Sabalenka is the final. So there you go.
Yeah, and that
That'll be
kind of
the
sucks.
factor.
That's why I'm looking for someone who can actually at least trouble one of them. And I don't know if I really see the player. Like, maybe the best option is Ocean Deu. I guess so.
No,
Like, she really is the best option to trouble Sabalenka or Goff.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter.
She's the only player who can actually trouble them there, because she's just gonna play on her own terms regardless. Of course, she probably doesn't get there. Of course, she probably doesn't play, as well in the final as she could. But yeah, at this point, that's what I'm looking for as well. So that's why Paolini isn't really a final player to me, because yeah, I don't really see her against
Yeah.
either.
Well, yeah,
Whereas
but
the
like
others,
the bottom half,
mm,
the bottom half has all the final worthy type players. Like if Krejcikova got to the final,
no,
that
no,
would be
please don't. No,
why. And like
no.
Krejcikova,
I mean, no. I mean, she's just not worthy of a final on the Grand Slam stage right now.
what are you talking about, David?
Right now?
Oh, right now? Well, I mean, she could get better, but yeah, like
No. I mean, if
she
Krejcikova
beat
makes the final,
Sabalenka
that would be
before.
a bummer. Like it has to be Sabalenka or
What?
Goff.
Come on. No, no,
Yeah.
no. I disagree, dude. Krejcikova in the final. Let's go.
Listen, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna leave my camera on, okay? But I'm not gonna say anything for the next 20 minutes or so because I'm gonna be very busy. But you can just see my facial expressions, and I want you and the audience to see them because they are funny. I think they're interesting. But listen, just one thing. Vanch has this San Diego thing going on. Don't forget.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but yeah, I know.
No, it's
Of course,
that,
Vansh. I mean,
what I'm saying is I wouldn't
obviously.
complain if she got to the final. Like it's I don't know, like she's a smooth tennis player to watch. I like her strokes. I like her sort of carefree attitude. Like
I like Junior
like
Borges, but I
if she
would
beats
complain if he
Sabalenka,
got to the final, Just for the
I
sake
mean
of a
she's won a Grand
quality
Slam
match
before.
and
What are
of
you
a
talking about?
competitive match in the
She
final.
beat. I mean, if you got Krejcikova versus Shinwen, that was one of the best 500 finals last year.
Yeah, I
I
don't
would
want
totally
that.
watch that again. Why not?
I don't want that. Not at this stage, no. I mean, it has
It
to be
was
Sabalenka
in
or Goff.
what Zhangzhou, the one where Shinwen did that karaoke song, the trophy ceremony. I mean, that was I mean, that was a decent final.
But
If we get something like that again, I wouldn't mind. Seriously.
well, let them play in Hua Hin next week, but not in Melbourne in the final. But no, of course. I mean, I just think that
I don't know. I
Krejcikova
mean,
getting through Sabalenka and Goff, no, that wouldn't be a good result for the event. I think she's just not at that quality right now to me, not at all, like not even close. I think there's like very little chance that she's getting
but what
through
if she
both of
beats
them.
Sabalenka?
Then I will be rooting for
What if
Coco Gauff in the
what if she does?
semifinals. Then I will be rooting for Coco Gauff in the semifinals. If it's Krejcikova and Kostyuk, then in the semis, then I will just again stop predicting anything and just start throwing, flipping coins all around it. But yeah, I mean, I'm all for chaos, but I don't know. At this point, it's like as if you told me that Taylor Fritz should make the final. Like it's more or less the same. And you would also say that because you also have that Taylor Fritz bias. So
Except
California,
this is more realistic.
it's a California
this
thing.
is no. Dude, if Fritz got to the final, like something would have to be really off with Djokovic. Like something would just.
And if for
It's a little
Krejcikova to
different.
get
Like
to the
Krejcikova
final,
has actually shown that she's.
No.
I mean, Krejcikova in Dubai, okay, dude. Like that was one of the best runs I've ever seen. I'm sorry, but it just was.
Yes, a comeback against Sabalenka where she was getting outplayed for almost 2 sets, and Sabalenka completely blows it. That's one of the best runs I've ever seen.
Well, that's what
Sabalenka
Sabalenka does sometimes, That's just what she does, okay?
Yeah, but if it happens, it's not going to be a deserved, final or a semi. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I cannot really understand that. No, Krejcikova in the final is like dark magic to me for now. I don't really see it.
Dude, and I wanted to end. On a moonball and championship point. How about that? There you go. Now
she already did it in doubles here 2 years ago. I'm fine with that match point staying the only moonball match point.
She also did it against Sakari in the Roland Garros semifinal. He saved one of the match points with a moonball. It was epic.
Yeah, I guess it's not really something that I just.
Everyone hated it. I remember at the time because they were like, "Oh, this is like just push her moonball," and I'm just like, "No, dude, this is genius. I love it."
I mean, sure. I don't really care. I think she was a fine Roland Garros winner that year for sure. I didn't mind that at all. But since she's only been proving that like she is rarely able to touch that quality, not all the time. And yeah, I think if anyone but Saba and Kargov makes the final, that will be very weird and off-putting to me. However, top half, of course, it literally could be anyone at this point. And I do like chaos generally, but I think there are like limits to chaos. Again, if Taylor Fritz makes the final in the top half of the men's draw, I'm not gonna be okay with that, honestly.
Well, that's not gonna happen. So that will take something.
And I can say the same
pretty
about
amazing.
Krejcikova. Like what gives you the right to say that's not gonna happen? Taylor
No,
playing
not
with a
really,
very
because
different mindset.
Krejcikova. No, dude, that's not gonna happen. Because best of five against Djokovic on
Taylor
this
is
court.
playing with
I just
with
don't
such
see it.
a never give up, devil may care attitude, and he has
dude.
been like defending so well out of the corners. His movement has gotten better. Now I'm gonna start convincing you that Taylor Fritz can make the Australian Open final. That's my idea for the next 10 minutes or so.
And then
Actually, probably no, but
get through Sinner after that. Get through
both
Sinner
Djokovic and
in
Sinner.
semis.
Taylor Fritz to win the Australian Open. You know what, Vansh, this is a bold take, but I think for me, Taylor
ahead.
Fritz is one of the best 5 ball strikers.
Okay, now you're just stealing my tweets. that is the copyright. It's not needed. Although that is a good discussion. Who are your top 5 ball strikers? I'm assuming you would have.
I don't know about Fritz.
Karatsev
I don't know
or
about
Xinjiang
Fritz.
Zhang or like a.
Yeah, what does that even mean? What's the definition of the best ball striker?
I
Because I
basically
could
just
go
picked
for
top,
like I don't
I
know.
basically just picked top players.
Yeah, I know you did. I remember that tweet. That's why
It's like
I
when they're in
quoted it, but-
position, and
Mhm.
it's like basically the purity of the ball. It's a very like subjective. So it's not an
I
objective
know
thing.
it's really subjective. Like I could literally go for like, let's say, yeah, Zhang or Thomas Mahac, for example. Although Mahac's forehand is a little wobbly, so maybe
Yeah,
not.
probably wouldn't. There's probably like some that I left out. There were a lot of people that were like mad that I didn't put Rublev in there.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know who I would take out to put Rublev in. So I just.
I know that if
Ignore him
Ghosty
on
was
the
here, he would be screaming at you for including Korda. That's for sure. Because Ghosty the last few days has been going on like this continuous
Korda has to be on there.
Korda rant. Last few days he's been going on this
Korda
continuous
frustrates
Korda
the
rant.
heck out of me. Korda is the most
That's,
frustrating player on the ATP right now. He's so talented, but he's not putting
I
it
mean,
together.
Sinner would have to be on there.
Yeah, Sinner's 100% on there. I mean, I had Sinner, Djokovic.
I remember who had Sinner, Djokovic,
Korda,
Alcaraz, Korda, and Fritz.
Yeah.
Sinner would have to be on there, like regardless of what you're doing, really.
Yeah.
Alcaraz and Djokovic are like a little different because, well, they it's not really what they generally base their games on, I guess. Although,
Sure.
or at least no, they still base their games on that because everyone's game is based on ball striking. But it's just that they don't necessarily you don't think of it as one of their first assets, I suppose. Whereas for Sinner, you clearly do, and I guess that goes for Fritz as well. But I don't know if I would include Fritz. So, but yeah, I guess if I'm looking at the ranking list and if we're talking about top 20 players, then it's kind of hard maybe not to include Fritz even.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just looked at the top 20. I didn't really go beyond that.
There's a lot of players around that ranking range who have a shot that's much weaker than the other, or
that's the thing. I was looking at evenness
strikers
of both wings, because
I'm looking at it as well. So that basically eliminates Rublev for me. That basically eliminates even Zverev for me. That eliminates
Zverev, Medvedev, Hurkacz,
Tsitsipas, Medvedev, Hurkacz. A lot of players. Alex de Minaur doesn't qualify whatsoever for that. Obviously, Casper Ruud is eliminated because of that as well. So looking at the ranking list, I guess maybe Fritz is actually a good shout. There's a lot of players here who don't really qualify based on the
Karatsev is a really good one. I thought about putting him in there, but he's just so
Yeah,
That's a good shot.
Karatsev is good.
Karatsev is a good one. Yeah, Karatsev is a good one. I mean, Zizhen Zhang is a good one. I thought about putting him.
Yep.
What else did I have? Kind of borderline.
Lehechka?
Yeah, but there's like a stiffness to him that I didn't quite as much. But yeah, yes, actually, the Hechka would
You
be.
picked Taylor
The Hechka would
Fritz.
be.
I mean,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Good point. Good point. I did. I did. Yes.
Safiurin, I guess, along the
Yeah.
Karatsev
Yeah.
line as well. That
Yeah.
also works. But yeah,
That
if we're
would
just
be-
like looking pretty far near the, like pretty close to the top, indeed there are a lot of players who like automatically get eliminated based on one of their strokes. And that
Yeah.
kind of makes the Fritz Korda selections, I think,
Stan Wawrinka.
viable.
Stan
Yeah.
Wawrinka probably needs to be on
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, actually I remember when I saw that list, I was like, Korda, Fritz, Vanch, are you going for the Americans here a bit too much? But now that I sort of just am looking at the ranking list, yeah, I can see it. Okay, I can see it. Yeah. And I guess Djokovic and Alcaraz are like pretty obvious and not obvious at the same time, because yeah, that's not what we
Yeah.
think of when we think of them, but overall in everyone's
But they're
game,
just
like the basis is how you strike the ball really, and then of course they actually don't have any weaknesses on either wing really, other than some nitpicks. But Sinner is probably like top one right now.
yeah. Sinner would be my number one if I was doing it. Like if I was actually ordering them, then yeah, I would put
Yeah.
Sinner number one right now.
All right, that was
I don't
was
think I'm
fun.
forgetting anyone. Right.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed it,
Yeah,
and I haven't touched that beer yet. So just like Jake, I haven't touched the beer yet, and I was also enjoying myself. But yeah, I'm suddenly in some troll mode after waking up. And hello Marcel as well, who is a new.
Now I
fan
need Krejcikova to do something crazy.
also. Yeah, and I will
I need
cry.
Krejcikova to do
Well,
something crazy
I
now.
won't be crying because there's a lot of challengers next week, and I will just be watching something else. So I will be watching the return of Kamil Majchrzak in Otinier-Louvain-la-Neuve. I will be watching Zizou Bergs playing David Goffin for the Belgian number one, and etc.
Oh.
Borna Čorić, Kamil Majchrzak, round 2. Is this happening? Hopefully. Anyway,
Brandon Nakashima
we are
just
into
won a
the
challenger today, so your day already peaked because
sorta, yeah. I mean, he is also playing Otinier-Louvain-la-Neuve, tough round one against Benjamin Hassan. But yeah, Nakashima very close to going out in the opening round. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed that, but
Yeah, I
like
saw that.
out of the last 5 losses plus this match against Landaluse for Nakashima, so out of these 6 matches, 5 of them have come against players who were in Grand Slam Junior finals. So like Nakashima is constantly struggling to players who were great juniors. And I mean that this year, of course, it was twice Menchik and now almost lost to Landaluse in Tenerife round 1. And last year, his last 3 losses were Marterer, who obviously doesn't count, plus Draper and Cazot, whom we are watching right now. So I think in a way, Brandon is just getting exposed by the more talented players. And I include Landaluse in that group as well. Like he was really getting outplayed by Landaluse. He comes back there, and then he beats all the other sort of more, I guess, journeyman type of guys. He beats them pretty easily. He overwhelms them, and the same goes for his other Challenger Tour appearances. Like he overwhelms everyone, and then he runs into Menchik, who's just like the bigger prospect, and that's really it. But I guess it makes sense with how Brandon just sort of got to a very high level early, and we were so hopeful about him, and then of course he kind of just stagnates. Last year has a drop down, but like just at the top level, he kind of cannot go above his own league, let's say. But yeah, out of the last 5 losses plus that match against Landaluse, only really Grand Slam Junior finalists have been pushing Nakashima.
So if you beat Brendan, you'll go on to do something big. Yeah. No, I remember Karatsev beat him in the first round of qualifying. Was that 2021? Yeah, he beats him in first round of qualies. Brandon's like up a break in the third.
Ah, yeah.
And
That
then
was
got
Australian Open.
was only
Yeah.
to the semis.
Yeah, I remember that
It's
one. That
usually
was
been
also a
from the semis,
blockbuster.
Brandon's career. Yeah.
So apparently we are in a tiebreak on the Hurkacz-Kazao match, but also Borges Medvedev. However, the poll now
Yep.
comfortably leading 5-2 after claiming that one mini break. So things not looking too good for Kazao anymore. I'm wondering who did Karatsev beat after Nakashima, because I don't remember that. Actually, looks pretty decent in hindsight, because it was also Miller and Purcell.
Wow.
But of course, he demolished them at the time. The best qualifying round ever is clearly Marcus Willis, though, right?
Yeah, because he beat Medvedev and Rublev.
Yeah, I think Sugita was maybe the third one, or am I
Yeah, I don't know the third one,
misremembering that?
but
But Sugita as well. I mean, he won a main tour title on grass, soon after that, or was it a final? I think he won one, right?
I think he won a title, right?
I think he won, yeah. And if it's Sugita, and it is Sugita, yes. And then, of course, Ricardas Berankis in the opening round, 20 breakpoints saved. And Roger Federer, this pretty good guy on round 2, was too much for Marcus. But yeah, to beat Sugita, Medvedev, and Rublev in Wimbledon qualifying, that's an insane result. A bit of an opportunity here for Hurkacz to go double mini break up and also 6-3, but he misses the cross-court forehand. So we'll need to get the next 2 points on serve to take the set.
This day session is all just big serving counterpunchers.
Medvedev, Zverev, Hurkacz.
And Hurkacz, yep.
Is that all the big serving counterpunchers we have, like on the top of the sport? I guess Hugo Grenier doesn't really qualify, even if he was in the second round here. I don't know who else is there really.
That's about it, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to think about it, but it could be. Two set points Hurkacz, and we'll see how this one goes, because Kazao is actually in the rally. Hits a forehand on the line, and Hurkacz commits an error. That was pretty close to falling out, though, so a bit of a random outcome here, but he saves the set point, and of course now he'll have a point on his own serve.
Yeah.
I mean, set point on his serve. The second set point he can save on his serve, Kazao. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, certainly this tiebreak may be what we were talking about earlier. Like, huh?
I guess that was a good cross-court forehand from Kazao. He got it pretty deep.
It was, but did he
And wide.
have like full control over it? I don't really think so.
Probably not, but it ended up being good.
Yeah, I don't think he hit it cleanly. I think it was a bit of a lucky occurrence, but
It was a bit of a mishit.
Probably what we've been saying so far, like in the tiebreak, Hurkacz is getting a lot more obvious 3 points, whereas Kazao still has to work a bit for his.
Oh man, he
But
did
he
not do
does.
enough for that approach.
Yeah,
Just
he also
basically
does. He
drive
also
at
does win
Kazao.
the next one. Yeah, getting a passing shot at Hurkacz at the body. Hubert can't quite get away in time. So 6-all. But yeah, definitely Kazao has had to work harder for his points in this tiebreak. That forehand cross-court miss that Hurkacz had at 5-3, was it? 5-3, I think. That was pretty crucial as well. And now the 2 set points, which were both very winnable for the poll.
Yeah.
I guess the Zverev tiebreak that John was referencing earlier was 6 for Hurkacz and then 8-6, right?
Yep. But it was that backhand that he missed cross court wide 6-5. That was the one on his serve. The match point.
Yeah. Did you see the next
Oh,
point
but
already?
Kazal gives him a freebie with
Exactly.
the
Now it's Kazal's time to
no,
falter.
I think I'm 1 point behind you. So
Now it was Kazal's time to falter.
oh, I saw the
and-
forehand in the net.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, and you saw it more or less
That was
around the
really
time when I
tentative.
said it.
This such a tentative forehand.
Yeah. And that will also give the set to Hubert Hurkacz now with this big serve. 7-6 in the tiebreak. It was a bit tighter than, well, 7-6. 8-6 in the tiebreak, of course. 7-6, what is the score in the set? Now I also have the stats on the screen. Nothing crazy. Both guys with just one break point. Both guys getting it. Hurkacz always getting his forehand as the third shot after the serve, which I guess for him isn't as important, but it still is pretty important. Lots of points, of course, won behind their first serves. 86% for Kazal, 89% for Hurkacz. But yeah, eventually I think it was just a tad easier for Hurkacz to win points in the tiebreak. Lots more on the Kazal serve that could have gone either way. And while, of course, it still got to 6-0, that one forehand error was way too much for Kazal here. That was just a 3 point for Hurkacz out of
Oh, there's
really
also the
nothing.
Zverev Norrie.
Yeah, that's coming up because Krejcikova and Zygmunt have won
Do you
already.
think Norrie can
I think he has no chance to win.
trouble Zverev?
I think he has no chance to win.
Yeah, I also don't feel great about his chances because of the matchup is just horrible.
Yeah.
Like what he was doing against Ruud is not going to work against Sasha because of the backhand is. so much
Yeah,
better.
there's no weak
really
backhand
close
to
to-
expose, and he was playing very aggressively against Ruud, and of course Zverev sometimes can give you the chance to do it, but yeah, in the long run, I don't know if I really
Yeah.
see it here, and I think that Zverev is just going to be too strong,
Mm.
to play too
Yeah.
heavy, too solid of the backhand for Cam to really like have any exposable advantage there. It's rough, but he did play one of his best matches in a while, Norrie against Ruud. So he played smart, he played aggressive, he played with conviction.
I guess you
deserves
have to
a
be
ton of
really
credit for
aggressive.
that.
I guess the only thing I can sort of think of is you'd have to go really big over this forehand down the line and try to sort of
Yeah.
expose maybe the forehand side of Zverev, like direct all the traffic there and or like make him
See if he
create off of
tries
really low
to,
balls
if
on
he
the
tries
forehand.
that even, because yeah, it's not even given. But if he does, he probably
Yeah.
doesn't execute it well enough, I suppose. Like probably
Maybe-
doesn't hit
maybe
it
the
that
cross court,
consistently.
maybe the cross court back, like the really low cross court backhand that he hits to Zverev's forehand and just give him nothing to work with. But see if we can build an advantage from there. But yeah, it's when he approaches down the line, he's not going to have as much success when he changes directions and comes in because Zverev's backhand pass is like, yeah, honestly one of the best in the game.
Exactly. So that's why it's pretty tough for him there for sure. Especially to play like he did against Ruud. Also, the 4-0 head-to-head on the screen is actually 4-2, but we've been over that already. Just important to mention that.
4-2 for what? For whom?
Zverev.
For Rublev Sinner?
No, Zverev Norrie.
Oh. What? Oh, okay, yeah, probably some challenger or wait, really?
Yes, 2013 ITF
Wait,
event
did they
in
ever
Canada.
play? I don't know if they ever played.
Yes, 2014 Westlakes
Oh, okay.
Challenger as
Yeah,
well, qualifying. Now you have it on the screen.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know
And
that.
Yeah, I know it was a long while ago. That's not really what we're usually going for in terms of like the head-to-heads, and why they should be included because, well, that really was a long time ago. But of course, the players aren't specified to a certain tour. They could have played a challenger if Zverev fell off like in 2020 or 19. But what I'm trying to say is that when I see people saying that Zverev has never lost to Norrie, no, he has, and like they are both aware of that. Just like Gael Monfils has defeated Novak Djokovic, and just like Richard Gasquet has defeated Rafael Nadal. Although via retirement, so it kind of doesn't count. But I think if he did it in a completed match, he probably would have been screaming about it all the time if someone mentioned the head-to-head. But yeah, 2013, 2014, Cam Norrie beat Alexander Zverev twice. Westlake's challenger was the same where Alexander Zverev played Lee 2 in 2014, which is pretty interesting because, of course, that was the first stage of Lee 2's career, and he actually had like 1 or 2 challenger appearances only at the time, but played the 16-year-old Alexander Zverev in 2014 and lost to him like 6-6 love, I think. But yeah, Hurkacz serving's now first in the second set. So Kazo will be the one trying to catch up, recover from that tiebreaker, which didn't look too bright for him, like in terms of his prospects in the match as well, just because there were so many points that could have gone either way that were played on his serve. All over my Polish brother. Yes, we are one and the same. Born from same mother, the same ground, the same soil. Kecmanovic Alcaraz 9 a.m., right? Okay, I'm thinking if this will finish before then. It's tough to know by now.
By the
course,
way,
that-
speaking of Krejcikova, she could win the doubles and the singles.
She could, and in fact, I think she's playing Siniakova now, isn't she?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Krejcikova's won 7 Grand Slam titles in doubles. So
Indeed.
the double is still
Barbora
alive.
Krejcikova, Laura Zygmunt against Storm Hunter Katerina Siniakova is the women's doubles quarterfinal.
Nice.
So the two recently estranged, I guess, Czech doubles players right now facing each other. We know who John is rooting for. There's going to be a tweener. And he'll win the point as well. That's Artur Kazov for you guys. 1 game all in the second set.
Wow.
Hurkacz trying to drop volley him with a little bit of like a casual type of approach there, but eventually he cannot do anything about the Kazo pass. By the way, the quarterfinals of the men's doubles are looking very weird, at least in places. Mahat Zhang, of course, is one of the main stories so far. One of the 2 players we mentioned, like the 2 players that we mentioned in that ball striker discussion, actually. Hanfman Kepfer, they defeated Granoyer Zeballos, and Hijikata Kubler as well. That's, of course, the defending champions, Rinky and Jason. Bolelli Vavasori in the quarters too. Bolelli has won the Australian Open before. And now there's like a very high profile doubles match going on between Kolhov Mektic and Bopanna Ebden as well.
Oh, did that Polish junior guy win? What's his name again?
Berkieta, yes.
Thomas. Yeah. He won, right?
Yes, but it was 3 sets again. I don't really understand. I mean, I understand, but honestly, if I was him, I wouldn't even play this anymore. But well, he's taking it like really slow, which is good. He is definitely pretty smart and just doesn't go for the pros too early, or like just sort of is fine going step by step. He goes like on like a 5-day social media detox. So he's a weird kid. I mean, he's a smart kid. That's what I'm trying to say. But now he's gonna play Hayden Jones, who probably isn't the same guy who played with you in the so-called junior events. But,
Yeah, that's the same guy.
yeah, I
It's
think
Australian
that's
Hayden.
pretty tough.
Australian.
Australian Hayden Jones,
Yeah.
and I think that's pretty tough. I don't really know what the odds are going to be like there, but I think Tomek might not even be favored, I guess. Although Jones had some very high odds on him in these events this year, but he was actually doing the damage there. So, and our friend Jagger Leach lost to Hayden Jones, of course, today, winning just 4 games. But yeah, would love a big round from Barqueta here. Of course, he's going to get a lot of Challenger qualifying wildcards this year. In fact, 8, thanks to that Challenger accelerator. Oh, yeah. Federer, Roddick, final 2009 Wimbledon. Definitely a good ticket. Also, earlier, there was a question that I didn't see from Sean about if you got free tickets to the tennis, would you go to the final or a different round? Definitely some early day and just watch 10 courts at the same time. If we're talking about one specific match, then probably the final. But if we're talking about like the whole day, then I'm going to a grounds pass or whatever at one of the biggest events probably. Or actually, I'm probably gonna go to a challenger, but that's me. But yeah, we need a talking tennis stream with Damian Vanch for that doubles match for what Krejcikova, Siniakova or
No. The doubles match. Wait, what doubles match? Oh, the doubles match for Krejcikova.
maybe Krejcikova, Siniakova. Yeah, that's my idea. I mean, we'll see how it's scheduled. If it's like no singles at the same time, I would actually or like no singles that are interesting at the same time, I would actually welcome that. I might watch it anyway, like regardless if stream or not. I might watch it anyway.
You wouldn't watch Krejcikova in the singles?
No, Krejcikova, Siniakova in the doubles.
But why would you not want to watch Krejcikova in the singles if she got there?
Well, because I don't care. Because I don't think she's beating Sabalenka, and I'm only gonna turn it on if it gets interesting. And the same really goes for like Djokovic Fritz, I think. Rublev Sinner, no, maybe for Rublev Sinner more so. I kind of want to see Djokovic Fritz now. I want to see if Taylor, like, what sort of mindset he has, going into that match, whether he comes out believing he can win or not. Because he really
the thing
needs
is, in
it.
the past, he's always just kind of played the same game that he always plays, and
Yeah.
just believes that if he does it to the very best of his ability, he'll win. But
yeah, and he's not right.
I know that's the thing. I wish someone could get that in his head, because
he's got a lot of people around him, Michael Russell for F's
But he
sake.
also doesn't really have the skill, the baseline variety to, Novak Djokovic. That's the thing.
No, but you kind of have to do something. I mean, if you're just going at him with linear power and your movement
Yeah,
is
you're gonna
pretty
lose
poor,
if you do that.
you're kind of dead. And sometimes going just sort of going for your strengths, even against an opponent like this, can be good. We saw it with Dino Prismic, who like just bucked himself in a rally with Djokovic and easily could have pulled it off, given that Novak was also a little physically off in the opening round. But yeah, I think if you've done it 8 times already and you never really were close, although maybe that Australian Open abdominal tear gave him like a fake
Maybe if
illusion
he's in
of...
that position again now, he might actually convert.
Yeah, but was Novak?
Especially
Did Novak give him any chance in the 5th?
No, he
really
really
think
didn't.
so. Yeah, so I don't think there was any moment there which like really he could
No,
have
but there was a
swung in
brief
his favor.
moment there. There was like it was like 2-3, 30-15, something like
Mm.
that, and then once Djokovic got the break, then he was just too good. But if
Yeah,
So
maybe.
it's like sort of built that scoreboard pressure.
But maybe that also gave him a bit of a fake illusion, you know, that I can beat Djokovic playing in my usual sort of comfort zone. But I don't know.
I mean, the first two sets were, tightish. It was kind of like the first two sets. It was kind of like
Tightish,
finals.
yeah. I think
I guess the
tightish
ATP
is the
finals
right.
match is maybe the closest that they played when
Yeah,
Djokovic was like
it was really
healthy.
tight, yeah.
And then of course there was that moment where the fan like
The-
screamed in the crowd, and then he
The
missed
plus one
easy
backhand.
plus one backhand. Yeah. So he did have some chances in that one.
Yeah. But of course, that Australian Open match we're referring to is the only time that Fritz took a set of Djokovic.
Yeah.
ATP finals being like what, 7-6, 7-6?
Yep. 2 tiebreaks.
By the way, I'm not like this. Like I'm not that vile, or like, you know, I don't want to do it.
Yep.
But
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember just a year ago, there was this guy on Twitter who kept well, maybe not kept, but he made like a couple of comments under my tweets that he is so disappointed with the FFT, the French Tennis Federation, for giving Cazot all these wildcards, because Mayo is
Yeah.
clearly the real prospect out of the two.
Oh,
And
wow.
I remember just saying, sure, mate. It's an opinion that surprises me dearly, but well, of course you're entitled to it. I'm not gonna find these comments now, but I hope he knows. You know, I hope he's watching Artur Cazot now and he's like, nah. And I don't mean it, you know, in the sense that I was right. I just mean it in the sense that Cazot proved him wrong, like, you know, in that sort of a way. That I'm more so proud of Arthur rather than of myself.
Yeah.
Because it kind of felt obvious. I mean, honestly, since like 2021, it felt very obvious that Mayo is gonna probably like stay in the challengers for now, and Cazot has actual prospects going forward. Of course, they played the Australian Open final against each other in 2020. And by the way, this is the second time this event that Hubert Hurkacz plays an Australian Open runner-up in Menchik and Cazot. Menchik, the runner-up in 2022 in that insane final with Kuzuhara when he couldn't attend the trophy ceremony and was taken off the court in a wheelchair.
Yep.
And Artur Cazot, the 2020 runner-up. I believe this is also the last Grand Slam, the last Australian Open runner-up that Hurkacz can play from the juniors. I think there's no one else in the draw. There's Zverev, who was the champion in like 2014, I think, but
Didn't Zverev lose like a final to Kyrgios or something, or no?
Not in Australia, I guess. Although to Kyrgios, really? I don't know that.
I thought so, but maybe I'm like 2013 Australian Open with the juniors there.
Zverev definitely won one in like 2000.
Oh, was 2013 was Kyrgios
Kokinakis. Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, then
but yeah,
2014 Zverev beat
Zverev.
Kozlov. Yeah, Kozlov.
Stefan Kozlov. Oh, yeah. I couldn't remember, but yeah, Stefan Kozlov. Luke Savy made
Stefan Kozlov is like a legend for us, especially for a lot of people in the American tennis media circle.
I know. Graskin likes him a lot, but
oh, he loves him, dude. He won't stop talking about him.
I know. And that's despite trying to land a Stefan Kozlov interview 4 times and being always like Stefan Kozlov coming up with some excuse last minute. But it didn't stop Alex from still absolutely loving the guy, which, well, I get it. But of course, yeah, there are major issues with Stefan Kozlov's game that will never really allow him to.
Yeah, but he had that one legendary moment in Acapulco 2022 where he
the 3-hour match. Yeah, when
was
he fell
actually
into
insane.
the
I've
fell
never
into
seen
the
anything
sea
like that.
or something. What was that?
Yeah, he
Into the
almost
ocean,
drowned
I
in
guess.
the ocean, and then like last minute he had uh, like there was something else after that that I'm forgetting now, but like
I mean,
5 minutes under the
he
torch.
almost drowned in the ocean, and then a few hours later plays, who was it? Dimitrov.
Dimitrov, yeah,
Yeah, and
and then
wins
starts cramping
wins
and
after like 3.5 hours and lots of cramping from both sides,
yeah,
really, but mostly Kozlov. And
yeah.
yeah, he I think his career high right now is 103, so pretty brutal for him not to get into the top 100 even for a week. Of course, now he's like 600 in the rankings, but he's back playing Indian Wells these couple of weeks. In fact, a few hours ago, he beat Alafia Ayeni in the qualifying for the second event. He
Yeah.
did very well in the first one as well, although it needed like a few match points saved in the first round against Clark, but then he went on to reach the second round, lost to Paul Jubb. So Kozlov doing pretty okay, but yeah, not quite as hyped as back in the junior days. We also had Safiullin, I guess, in the draw out of, but he was also a champion, I think, at the Australian Open, not a runner-up. Song Chan Hong, he was in the qualies, but yeah, no way for Hurkacz to play more Australian Open junior runners-up. So the story ends here. But the story of his event does not have to end here, as Kazo now falls down 1540 at 2-3, and this is a big test for the youngster. We'll see if he can produce under pressure here. And under a ton of pressure, because going down to sets to love down obviously wouldn't be too thrilling for him, especially as he'll feel like in the first set he did miss a few chances, even though he didn't have a set point.
I feel like there were so many hyped American prospects that never quite delivered on the men's side.
I mean, they all got to a certain level. They just never really
Donald Young comes to mind.
got close to winning slams. Yeah, Donald Young was never gonna make it, but he still had like a lot of seasons in the top 100. For his game, honestly, like he had a lot of seasons in the top 100. He was so weird. Like he was slow. He was just a lefty, really. Like that's the main story of his game. He was a lefty with decent touch.
Decent touch and like sometimes a fast forehand, but he was very slow. Like he just could not move.
Like in the modern era, he doesn't break the top 100.
Of course, he had that one really insane 2 sets to love down comeback. 2016 U.S. Open, something like that.
I don't even know who that was against and what you're
Maybe
referring.
it was against Simon. Is it 2015?
Wow.
Yeah. Let me see.
But yeah, Young got like 38th in the world, maybe eventually. Kazo saves the 2 breakpoints, by the way. Just nothing crazy, but hitting with a lot of just precision and actually being able to keep the ball in play right now compared to the last few points. So that's already an upgrade. And of course, he does for now hold up when it comes to the crunch. Anyway, it's still deuce, so he still needs more.
Yeah, 2015, listen to this run. He beat Simon, who was the 11th seed. Then he beat Aliash Bedene. Then he beat Victor Troitsky, also another 5-setter. Oh, another 2 sets of love down comeback. So he had two sets of love down comebacks just to get to the 4th round. Well, then he lost to Wawrinka, but 4 sets.
Donald Young in the 4th round of the US Open 2015. Jesus.
Yeah. And 2011. Of course, he also beat Andy Murray in 2011 in Indian Wells.
Kazo going to the net here, and he just sort of almost tripped, like almost fell over. His balance wasn't really there, and Hurkacz instantly punishes it with the lob. Kazo gives him a thumbs up as well. Not the first time in this match, but there's the serve out wide, which Hurkacz does not put back in play. So 3 breakpoints saved by now. Yeah, I actually didn't remember Donald Young making the 4th round at the US Open 2015 at all, but yeah. He's like, I think, one of the prospects, along with Kozlov, who never really could have worked out. Like it just was never gonna happen. And I guess Tommy Paul, would you qualify him as someone who has? I know he hasn't won a slam or something, but like that qualifies as someone who made it, right?
Yeah, he made it. Tommy Paul is having a great career, so he doesn't
Yeah,
qualify.
I think that shouldn't be like the that
No,
should
like
that should be the expectation, more or less. Let's say become a relative top player. Of course, Riley Opelka also counts.
of
Taylor
course,
Fritz.
it took Paul a little bit longer than I originally thought. When he was first
Yeah.
coming up 2015, 2016, he also had that one incident where he got really drunk in a doubles match. 2017, Tommy Paul and his partner, I forget who was his partner, but he
Yeah,
basically lost 6-0, and he was like out partying the night before.
I know it's an infamous one. The partner was also pretty funny. Who was that?
Was it Steve Johnson? I think it might have been Steve Johnson. But anyway, yeah, I think it was. So him and Stevie were playing doubles.
Yeah, Steve Johnson against Bolelli and Fonini. So
Yeah.
very tough draw. But still, they could have done more of it. And yeah,
Of
I
course,
guess
he also could have played. He also could have played Nadal that tournament because he lost to Taro Daniel in 5 sets, and then of course Taro Daniel ends up taking this first set off of Rafa in the second round. But I remember he was already having some pretty good results that year because like I remember DC he pushed Nishikori like served for the match against him, didn't quite get it done. So there were like moments where I thought he would break through quicker than now, but now he's a completely different
that's the
person and much more.
fifth break point now for Kazo. For Hurkacz.
Yeah.
Hurkacz steps up with this inside out forehand to get the point. Looks like we will have a let here, so Kazo still has another shot at hitting an ace or a winning serve to keep himself going. But yeah, 4 breakpoints saved already. Now he has the 5th.
By the way, when was the last time a qualifier got to the quarterfinals in the women's draw in the Australian Open?
Women's or no,
Yeah,
because
women.
Kazo is not a qualifier. Yeah, Kazo is a wild card. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. Kaya
It's a
Kanepi.
reciprocal wild card, right?
Was Kaya Kanepi a qualifier at either of her runs or not?
I don't think so.
Was maybe who else was there? Shuai Zhang probably was, or Shuai Zhang maybe was Kaya Kanepi was not Kaya Kanepi, but was Shuai Zhang a qualifier when she made the semis, or was it in like 16?
Semis. I think it would have been quarters.
Or was it
yeah.
quarters? Was it quarters? But I don't know. I don't know if it was semis or quarters. I mean, it's the same, more or less. But yeah, I think she might have been right. She beats Halep and in the opening round and then goes to the quarters. So I think maybe Shuai Zhang is the answer.
Okay.
I think she lost to Konta in the quarters that year. Although there might be someone earlier than that. There might be someone after that as well. I don't know, but Shuai Zhang, I'm pretty sure, must have been a qualifier in 2016. Of course, on the men's side, that would be Hassan Karatsev as well. So not a long time there. But yeah, we don't really have any qualifiers left on the men's. Just a wild card for Kazo. Still not out of the woods, although he had a game point just now. Hurkacz taking over, going to the net. Kazo can't produce a lob. So this game is looking definitely quite crucial for the whole match, really. I mean, of course, if Hurkacz breaks here, he probably goes to sets to love up. Ooh, did he make it? He did. Not a lot of control on that volley from Kazoo, but he does claim this point, and of course it's another one of these really long rallies that can swing the game in someone's favor here. I think the volley was a little too good in terms of the, how precise he played it, but well, it lands on the line. And he does get another game points to really get out of trouble here with the 5 breakpoint saves. I guess no obvious chances for Hurkacz, and as it's an ace down the tee as well, so 3 games all. No obvious chances for Hurkacz, but certainly a few. Like if you combine all 5 points together, then you're like, maybe he could have found something, on one of these baseline rallies, especially not on these that were just saved with the serve.
Yeah. Looks like Zverev has 2 breakpoints against Norrie at 5-all.
Kozlov's sleep-inducing style, says Jake. Is it because Europeans grow up on clay, or is there a lot more to it? I'm not sure what that's in reference to, actually. Is it like about Americans being bad on clay, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We weren't talking about it, right? So yeah, I don't remember, Sean, what your question was in reference to, honestly. But yeah, Kozlov's sleep-inducing style is probably a good way to describe it. He does look like he's barely moving, barely hitting, barely an athlete, but he still has the hands.
Yeah, he's still touch and feel and craft
And it's no accident that when he got to that 103 in the world, when he had his strongest patch, he was actually hitting some pretty good
He's
first
like
serves and big forehands.
He's a lesser good Jensen Brooksby.
It's very different, but I guess
Because at least Brooksby has, his fundamentals are just stronger.
yeah, so much stronger. Yeah, Kozlov doesn't really have them.
But I'm just
Do you
saying he has a
remember
little
that
bit of that
tiebreak?
sort of craft.
Yeah, I get it. Do you remember the tiebreak between Stefan Kozlov and Donald Young?
Yeah, what was that again?
Indian Wells. I think the video on
that
YouTube
a
is
main
called
draw
like the worst tiebreak ever or something like that.
Or was it just like 15 on 4 stars or something?
More or less, yeah. Lots of double faults, lots of comical errors, yeah. They played on like one of the main stages at Indian Wells, and it was a hilarious match. Especially as their styles just match up against each other pretty weirdly, because they are very close to one another in many ways. Kozlov and Yang, I guess. And yeah, that slow style of tennis was quite something.
Yeah, that game Zverev just broke. Norrie tried to hit a backhand down the line as an approach shot, but he just missed it really badly wide. Probably
About
trying to make it too
Americans,
good.
so Sean's question about is it because the Europeans grew up on clay, or is there a lot more to it, was about Americans not living up to potential generally. So what's the
Okay.
yeah,
I
what's
guess it's
your
kind of a
opinion on
case by
that?
case thing, right?
Yeah,
It's kind of a case by case
can we
thing.
have
But,
like a whole
but in terms of,
generational take? I don't know. There was that
maybe, but
American school of playing.
like Jack Sock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
big
like
serve
maybe
and
we're just
forehand.
not. Yeah, like we're just big serve, big forehand, and like not great movers. So at least that's what it was in the 2010s. You're sort of Sam
Yeah.
Querrey, John Isner, Steve Johnson type of mold. That's usually what the norm is. Now it's very different. Now they all have great backhands. Fritz, Tiafoe, Paul, Brandon, Brooksby. Like they all have much better backhands and they move exceptionally well.
Yeah.
It's not quite so much serve forehand. They're just better athletes. I guess Tommy is kind of in between Francis and Taylor, because Taylor is all about like the ball striking, and Francis is the better athlete, but Paul can kind of do a little bit of both. So yeah, I think more or less we've gotten rid of that sort of. He is, yes, and he's improved his forehand quite a lot. Because he used to have a lot of issues just in general
issues,
on that
but once
move
he has
with the
time on
extreme
it,
whip.
or like he can create so much
Yeah,
weird
that's
like
what I'm saying.
angles.
Now it's a thing of the past really, because like he's actually really good on the faster stuff.
Yeah,
Also because like
but
the forehand
does he
holds
have
up.
many
Just-
prospect? Like, does he have a lot of potential going forwards from here? And I guess that's the case. But yeah,
yeah,
if you're getting into like the top 20, you probably made it. So all in all, I would say that maybe
Yeah.
there was something to it, Sean. That yeah, there was that American school of teaching players to like just be serve forehand and really that.
Yeah, I mean the thing
Isner, I
about
wouldn't
Fritz
count
though
into it. Isner, I wouldn't
is
count
like
because he's just a freak of
there's this
nature.
take there's this take that I heard a lot that I just totally disagreed
Uh-huh.
with, which is in 2022 everyone was like, oh well, Fritz's backhand has improved. I'm like, well, Fritz, I've been watching him since he was a junior. He always had a really good backhand. His backhand was super strong. He
I
just
remember you
got
talking about it. I guess
he
it,
just
it
got
just
better
never was
as
a
a mover.
flashy shot, and
Yeah,
that's why.
and he just looked so off balance when he was hitting it most of the time that once he improved his athleticism and once he started saying, okay, now every single forehand that's short, I'm just going to go after it. Because when he loses matches, it's when he doesn't go after the forehand and he doesn't trust it. Like when he won Indian Wells on a really high bouncing court, his forehand was doing so much damage. His forehand is like kind of a point ending weapon now, which it didn't used to be. Like before the fall of 2021, it just wasn't there. So I think that was like one of the big things that he unlocked. I think the backhand was always really good. But yeah, that's sort of a
Yeah, that's cool. Is off now. We're not gonna get more Steve Johnsons and Jack Sox, I suppose. But yeah, it could be part of the problem.
even actually Opelka. Opelka has a pretty good backhand.
Yeah, but like Opelka, Isner again, like they
Yeah,
they are kind of different because they're so tall that
they're
you
so
kind of
different.
have
Yeah.
to teach them. Yeah, Isner also isn't that forehand oriented to me. But
Mm,
of course, because they are both so tall, it's just a nightmare for them to
yeah.
move to get to position. So it's a very different process, I guess, of making them top players.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is really missing Opelka. To be honest,
It's kind of harsh. I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, he's not really someone you go out of your way to watch that much.
That's interesting.
Correct me
So
if I'm wrong, but yeah.
is he like your most like least liked American player? That's, let's say, at the top.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, because of that reason, it's just so much serve
Okay.
botting and
Mm.
not that much.
I mean, he does have a pretty decent baseline game compared to Karlovic or Isner. I used to love watching Karlovic, less so with Isner and Opelka, but I don't mind them at all. It was pretty fun when Riley came back for that match against Sandgren in Las Vegas, was it? One of the American challengers, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, nothing against it. Nothing against him. I mean, like, he does move about as well as he could for his height, Opelka. Like, he
Yeah.
does, usually cover the court. I actually thought Isner was as fluid as he could have been as a mover. I don't think he could have really done anything more. Like, he's an ultimate maximizer for me.
Well, but Opelka is like the better version in many ways.
Problem with Opelka is he just gets hurt so much, and like.
And the serve of Isner, is it quite as good for Opelka?
No, I think Isner has a better serve, but and he probably has a better forehand as well. But Opelka moves a bit better, and he has a better backhand. So it kind of evens out a little bit, but also like every time they played each other, sort of the end of John's career, Opelka always won the bigger points, just because he could scramble a bit more.
For a while, everyone thought that Opelka was going to be the better Isner. Now I guess the injuries have sort of stopped that, but he was always
kind
able
of a
to
tough
move.
ask. He'd have to get to like 8 or 9 in the world, which would still be kind of tough.
Thank you, Sean, for the super sticker, £3, £3 actually. Thank you for that, of course. And Ghosty, when it comes to people calling Fritz a serve bot,
No.
like, who are you talking to?
Yeah.
What are the people that you are, in contact with?
I actually
That say
think he
that?
plays Djokovic. I think Djokovic will out-ace him. That's my prediction.
Possible, but like Ghosty, you should simply stop talking to these people because they clearly are in the wrong. But I am annoyed with this when it comes to Mikkelsen, actually. So I get what you mean, because I saw a lot of comments on like Mikkelsen was just showing up in Newport, or I don't know, now even this year, that, oh, yet another American surfbot. Like literally last
No,
year,
he's not
at
doing
the
much.
tail end of last year, his rise was because he improved the serve, but like it wasn't even one of his strengths. He is so baseline oriented. He is like
Yeah.
closer to a Brooksby than he is to an Opelka. And
Yeah.
I don't really get what people are going for here. So I think they are really lazy and just see, they're really lazy and they just see a
That's
tall
what I'm saying. Like
American.
Fritz was
Yeah.
also lumped into that mix early on, where it was just like, oh, he can't move, big serve, big forehand.
Yeah, that makes sense. But surfboard for Fritz, I haven't really seen that in a while. I guess.
Yeah.
That's basically what I'm trying to say. But yeah, Kazal's serving to stay in the second set now. Of course, there was that one crucial game where he saved 5 breakpoints, and all in all, he's definitely the player who has to work more for the games, for the points. But for now, if he can just keep it even, then of course it might not be that relevant by the time we get to the tiebreak again. But yeah, the last few games or so just hasn't been too easy for him to be cruising through his service games.
Does Kazal have the biggest serve of someone not like 6'1" under?
Watanuki, Wawrinka, Mattia Bellucci. Is that too much? Well, for Mattia, it's more so the angle probably, but like effectiveness, I think it could be similar in the future. But like Watanuki, Wawrinka, yeah, I think these are the best answers here, along with Kazo.
Yes, so
But
Wawrinka
yeah,
is like
Kazos
6'4".
is amazing for his height. Wawrinka is 6 feet tall, just like I think Kazo. Watanuki might even be 1 inch smaller, or I don't know. That's my guess. Bellucci probably also probably like 6 feet or maybe even 5'11". That's again a guess. But Wawrinka and Kazo, I'm pretty sure, are the same height, or at least are listed as the same height, which would be 6 feet tall. Is the height of players still on the ATP profiles, or did they also take that away? No, it is there. So Bellucci is even 5'10". So I guess for a player who's 5'10", Bellucci is a very good answer, I believe. Whereas I would assume that Kazo and Wawrinka are listed at the same height. That's from what I remember, at least. So Kazo is listed as 6 feet at least, indeed, and I'm pretty sure Wawrinka is as well. Who was the other person I mentioned? Oh, Watanuki. Watanuki, I think, will be probably 5'11" or something.
Yeah, that
That's
right.
my guess. I think Watanuki is like literally my height. Yeah, Watanuki is listed as 5'11", and Wawrinka is listed as 6 feet, indeed. So yeah, these are my answers basically to that question. Kazo, Watanuki, Wawrinka. I don't know. Maybe there's someone I'm missing, but it does stand out a lot for sure that Kazo's first serve especially is that good. But Wawrinka is probably the more obvious answer, and Watanuki as well. Although the way Kazo has been serving at the Australian Open, yeah, I guess it's close. Ash Barty, of course, the best server ever.
Yeah,
when you
I
look at
know.
height.
Literally ever. There's like nobody.
Dan Evans as well. Oh, Jake says Dan Evans, and that's very true as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Dan will be listed at like what, even less, right? Probably
5'9".
alongside Bellucci. Maybe even
He's like
5'9". Yeah, indeed,
he's like
5'9".
for
So yeah, Evans is
height.
another really good answer. Yeah.
Sure. I think Berankis can serve big, right?
Sure, Berankis did have a pretty good serve, and I guess he's also about Evans-ish height, I would assume.
Yeah, probably a
Berankis
inch or
is
two
definitely
shorter.
smaller than me. And he is listed at 5'9".
Definitely not the guy that Fritz played in the second round of this tournament, Hugo Gaston.
Hugo Gaston.
Definitely not him.
No. Although, for his height, I guess, and I guess
Yeah.
he's smaller than Berankis or Evans. It's not the worst serve in the game, but well, yeah. Yuta Shimizu might have one of the best, but he's like what 5'4" maybe. But no, I'm joking. He doesn't have a good serve. Anyway, Ghosty asks if there will be dancing in the streets of Warsaw tonight. And let me tell you that I'm not sure what you're referring to, but if to the Hurkacz match, then probably on the streets of Wrocław, which is his hometown. On the streets of Gdynia, where I live right now, I don't really see any action happening at the moment. So I think today here we probably won't be celebrating, but in Wrocław maybe. The
Oh, did
first
Medvedev
hardcore quarterfinal.
get broken?
I don't think so. He's 5'4" and Borges to serve.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, Ghosty, you should learn more about Poland, but you are in the States, so the geography classes probably weren't too good. So I can forgive you that. No, it's actually perfectly fine for someone who doesn't live in Europe to know just Warsaw. I think in Poland, obviously, the other cities aren't as well. They're like at least twice as Warsaw is at least twice as large. So just on a serious note, now I think it's perfectly fine. Anyway, will Kazo get it to another tiebreak? Of course, the last few games have been a little tricky for him. Now he has to defend against the Hurkacz backhand down the line. Hubert goes into the net, but again, the backhand pass from Kazo is too strong. Against Rune, he was also hitting that wonderfully. Like whenever he's just stretched to the backhand corner on the slide, he always finds this pass.
Yeah, Borges broke back.
Oh, so Medvedev was like 5-3 up, or?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Great passing shot,
Yeah,
says
this
Terry.
point is
Indeed,
5-3.
I believe that's about Kazo probably. Thank you
Another
for
tiebreak.
the comment on Polish people, meditation, and melody. Anyway, yeah, the tiebreak again, and we'll see if the sort of the patterns that we've had all set, and also the first set tiebreak continue. If it's really going to be Hurkacz just winning his points fairly easily and Kazo having to do all the work. Of course, that doesn't guarantee a Hurkacz win, but that does put quite a lot of pressure on Kazo, and he cannot be missing second serve returns in this scenario.
Yeah, my stream just cut off. I needed to watch the tiebreak.
Yeah, Kazo missed a second serve return to lose the first point. So we'll see if he can get some things going here for right now with the 2 points on serve, whether he can get something for free already. Hurkacz gets the return back in play. So it will be a rally in the end. But the Pole sends a forehand long. But again, like this is exactly what was happening in the first set tiebreak already. Like Hurkacz gets a 3 point, and then Kazo also wins his, but it is a lot of work to get there. So eventually that might lead to a point where actually Hurkacz gets that mini break, and we'll see. Maybe this time Kazo avoids it. Tries to go big down the tee, 217, but he misses it. So another chance, like brief chance for at least for Hurkacz to look at. They're trading down the middle. Hurkacz slicing. Kazo as well. Hurkacz sets it back to the Kazo forehand. Goes for his backhand down the line, but it's not like a huge attack. But this one actually is, and Hurkacz with his forehand inside in doing a ton of damage, then finishing it off with a slice. Actually, a really good point for him, and he gets the very deserved mini break. Again, no 3 points for Kazo on serve this tiebreak, and that is already proving costly. Although of course it's just 2-1, so. Another second serve to look at, so this time he'll be desperate to double fault. But I think when we were seeing that close up on Hurkacz's face when he was prepping to serve, there is actually a fair bit of sun there on that side right now. That was on the sort of side of the court closer to us and on the deuce side. So when Kazo is serving for... No, actually on the outside, sorry. And when Kazo is serving there after the changeover, we might also be looking at it as like a potential issue. But anyway, Hurkacz wins the next point. Still, the mini break lead has been erased by his own double fault, by his own fault. The 2 sets to love lead would be a little anticlimactic, but then again, it was 2 tie breaks. It was really close, so it's not like Kazo is getting blown out. But he could really use an easier point right now, something he doesn't have to work for. And indeed, he gets there out wide. Really good placement. I mean, it's a good serve, as we were talking about. It's not quite Hurkacz level, and so far in these tiebreaks, this has been hurting him a little bit. But of course, with the pole giving him the double fault here at 2-1, he is back on serve and 3-all after the change of ends. Well, at the change of ends, rather. Oh, so Nuno is still going, saving match points. I haven't looked at the Zverev Norrie score either in like a long while. What is it? Okay, so Zverev took the first set 7-5.
Yeah. Norrie missed like this forehand in the net off of a cross-court backhand slice on breakpoint at 5-all. Then serve for the set. In that game also he went for this backhand drive down the line, approach it to Zverev's backhand, but he tried to make it too good. Missed it wide.
Hurkacz finds himself a ball he can attack now with the forehand, and it's like a great one to return, one to punch, actually. Solid footwork
By the way,
as well.
Borges
Inside out. 155.
has 2 break points. So he is a point away from serving for the third set. Things getting complicated for Mehdi.
Well, things are getting really complicated for Kazo now as well. Hurkacz after that 1-2 punch and a really huge forehand winner where he like found the ball he was comfortable with. Now he plays the smart option, gets a shorter ball from Kazo, a chipped return, and he just drop shots it. So 5-3 up,
Nice. Good,
and
good
also
shot there.
6-3 up. Also 6-3 up. So 3 set points for Hubert Hurkacz to go into a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Yeah. Of course, he was also up 6-3 in the first set tiebreak, but
6-4.
didn't matter as he ended up clinching it.
6-4.
Oh, 6-4. Yeah.
But yeah, it's fairly similar. I mean, also just 1 set point on his serve, but yeah, 6-3 definitely feels
my
very
goodness.
different to 6-4
What a
right
lob
now
from
when you're
Borges.
not doing anything. To break? Was it to break?
It was a deuce, so now it is break
Oh,
point. But
okay.
Medvedev saved the 2 break points at 15:40. And Medvedev did not do anything with that forehand ball. He just made an absolute mess of that. And Borges was like, "Thank you very much. I'll go for the lob."
Another
now-
great attacking point from
And
Hurkacz,
now
so he
Medvedev
wins
misses a
another
routine
tiebreak.
backhand long, and so Borges will serve for the third set.
That's 2 sets to love up as well for
And
Hurkacz.
Medvedev is furious.
Honestly,
He's
a
fuming
pretty
right now.
perfect tiebreak, other than the double fault. Just a lot of well executed points, big forehand hitting. Not like unlike Hurkacz in a way, but Kaza will of course start the first set on serve.
Daniil can sometimes do this to himself. Of course, yeah.
All happening at once. Yeah, I hate the scheduling at the Australian Open, especially yesterday.
Yes, Svitolina.
The
Svitolina was hurt. Her
huh?
back gave up on her after the long
This
first
Svetlana
game.
got injured.
She got broken, and yeah.
I'm just saying I hate the scheduling because yesterday, especially, there was one match in the night session, singles, and during the day session it was
Yeah.
like 4 or 5 at the same time. So I think
I
this could
saw
be
that,
done a little smoother, just to allow us to watch more and allow people and generally allow people to watch more. But well,
By the way, man, they're putting Krejcikova Sabalenka last on the night session after Sinner Rublev. Not good. I will not get to watch Krejcikova Sabalenka. I'm devastated.
yeah, I'm not. Could be Daria, Ghost. Could be. Somewhere around that region anyway. Sean says that Andreeva took her loss well in the post-match interview. I can see the fame going to her head. Yeah, like I've said it before, but that's one of the best things about her and Kornieva. I think that how comfortable they are just taking things slow, not really focusing instantly on like, yeah, I want to be top 10 tomorrow. But yeah, just knowing that they have the talent and going upwards on like a very like not slow, but like a very natural trajectory. Kazo is now
Is the trainer
requesting
out
some sort of
right now?
physical help. Hmm?
The trainer is
Hmm?
out, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's called for the physio. Anyways,
I think he was showing something
Borges.
about his belly or whatever, but I don't know. We'll see.
Borges just hits this forehand drop shot winner. Medvedev was way out of position. And yeah, let's see if he can actually serve this third set out. Jose is like pumping up his fist right now. He's like so excited for his countrymen.
Who?
I'm just
Morgado.
Jose Morgado.
Yeah. I guess it's just a joke, right? You don't actually see him on the screen. I don't think he's in Melbourne, so.
No, I'm completely joking, but I can imagine
Alright,
him doing
yeah. But it was possible, like, and some other events it was
Yeah.
possible. That's why I was like, maybe it could be the case.
Yeah. I can't blame him. I would be doing the same thing for Sumit Nagal. So
Well, I wouldn't be doing it for Hubert Hurkacz, as you guys know, but But he used
But
to
yeah.
set Zverev up, and to sort of give credit where it's due, he did play an awesome second set tiebreak. Did Morgado play? No,
Oh,
I
and
don't think so.
Borges with another forehand drop shot. This time, that was a very Alcaraz type play, actually. Really just getting Medvedev out of position with the inside out forehand and going for the drop shot. And he did not need to be that good because Medvedev was so far back. And he goes for the ace out wide. Perfect serve. So it is 2-1. And out of nowhere, Medvedev was basically halfway in the locker room, serving for it at 5-3, 30 all. And he's lost his serve twice. So we're going to a fourth.
Ghosty has an odd question. What percentage of tennis journalists actually play tennis? Most will have like a amateur level, definitely. Like I think
Shivani
there
plays.
also a certain degree of
Ben plays.
amateurish level is required as well. Like there's no way for you to comprehend the sport on like a fairly advanced level without playing yourself to. I'm not saying it has to be a high standard, but just more or less, knowing what it's all about. So I would say, of course, you have all the experts who are former players as well. There's a lot of people who are like former decent juniors and then get into it, that just never made it, but then they get into the sport from like a different angle. But I would say most people will have played at least, a few times, because otherwise it would be very hard for, I think, to even understand what's going on. There was also Mike Dixon was actually on the channel, right? I didn't know that. I guess talking about that book, I didn't know the guy. I saw some things on Twitter, but I remember actually defending him when it came to his Raducanu book, because people were saying that it's like obscene that she gets a biography, when she's like 18 or whatever, 20 or whatever her age was at the time. But I remember saying that like that's not the point of the book. Like he's talking about that one tournament, so that's fine. Like it's not
Exactly.
a biography. I understand how biographies when someone is like 20 or 19, that's stupid. I know that when a lot of sportsmen actually, a lot of sports people like release their autobiographies, especially when they're like 26, and I'm like, what's the point? But I think it was perfectly fine, of course, in that case, because it was about that one tournament. And yeah, it's just so as a person who tends to like travel to a few events a year, dying at one, that doesn't sound cool. That's something that definitely resonates with me a little bit more, because I've spent like, I don't know, last year I spent like 8 maybe is a stretch, like 5 or 6 weeks abroad, and dying there, that would be weird. For everyone, for the family, for me, not anymore, but as a whole, it just generates a lot of issues, and it's just very weird because, of course, going somewhere, you're never gonna think about the potential issues from that. And he was just 59 as well, I think. Wayne Rooney did
Even
an
though
autobiography, and
Paul
actually he was the person I was thinking of, because I remember when, as a kid, when Wayne Rooney was releasing his autobiography, I was like, what? Wayne Rooney? I mean, you're like barely playing. I mean, what are you talking about? You've only had like 5 years of your career. Yeah, looks like Kaza will be back now after the medical timeout, so Djokovic or Alcaraz for the Aussie Open champion, says Hatch. For now, I'm going to say Djokovic or Sinner to win the title. But I think Alcaraz has a fine chance against both. So
Yeah, Alcaraz will be hoping that the Sinner Djokovic match goes 5 hours and they destroy each other.
Maybe, yeah.
While he plays against Medvedev in the semis, and
He
tries
seems
to
like the
stop something
underdog
like
to
what
me
happened at the
in both matches right now.
against Djokovic and Sinner. Yeah.
Yeah. on these courts specifically, because if it was like a Roland Garros final, sure.
Sure.
Yeah, Alcaraz Sinner final, I would welcome it. I said it last year that one of my wishes for 2024 is a Grand Slam final between two of the three, Alcaraz, Sinner, Rune. So, a moment that would really like signify that something has changed. And of course, that's no offense to Djokovic. Like if he wins the other three Grand Slams in that year, I don't really mind. I just want one final that is between the biggest next gen talents, or if it's some other next gen player, like I don't know if it's Arthur Fils against Carlos Alcaraz at the French, I wouldn't mind either. I just said the three most sort of realistic options for now.
It's Dino Prismic
Yeah.
against Alcaraz. I'm kidding. I don't think he's good.
We were supposed to talk realist. I mean, I know I said Arthur Fils, but like Arthur Fils is 100 times as realistic as Dino Prismic for the French Open this year. Jakub Mensik at the US Open.
How about
Last year
2020?
he had his 18th birthday, right?
Do you think by the end of
And-
2025, either one of Menchik or Prismic will be in the top 10?
Not Prismic, maybe Mensik, but 2025 seems pretty early.
Yeah. I mean, what? They would be like turning 20? Or they'd be 19? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of early. But
I think they are born like very close to one another. So
Yeah.
at the end of
they'd be 20.
2025, they
So
will be 20. Yes.
they will be 20 years old, yeah.
And Kazov's game is unraveling pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
A couple of sloppy errors against not getting anything out of his serve at the moment, and that was also the case in the second set tiebreak. So it might turn out that opening set was indeed crucial, and despite all the breakpoints that he saved at 2-3 as well in the second set, there was a clear difference in the first two tiebreaks for sure in how easily they were claiming their points on delivery. And I guess that's, of course, given that this is a match about tiebreaks so far, that's like the main story. But yeah, now if Kazov gets broken, then he's in real trouble, obviously. That's a nice drop shot, though. Hurkacz maybe had an open angle there, but it was hard to even get to it. But yeah, for Hurkacz, I think it would be even really good to make the quarters here, regardless of what's going to happen later, just because I feel like that's what he needs right now, like that sort of routine Grand Slam deep runs, Just he hasn't played anything spectacular, but he just sort of needs exactly that with his usual struggles at the majors. Again, the point doesn't go to Kazov for free, and he has to approach the net.
Yeah, by the way,
and
Medvedev
he
just
doesn't
broke
get it.
Rudolph.
Yeah, and Hurkacz is also broke.
Yeah.
So Kazov went to the net. It wasn't like fully prepared, but he still got a good enough position after the first volley. Just misses that next one backhand. So looks like Hurkacz is 2 sets and a break up, and it might be hard for Kazov to keep up here. Is part of that due to these physical issues of and some sort that he had? Maybe. I mean, there's definitely less fire on
Maybe,
his serve than in the previous matches, but I still wouldn't say that's the main reason why he's losing. The main reason why he's losing is that he's not getting anything for free recently, and in the tiebreaks, especially on serve, and compared to Hurkacz, for sure not. So
Medvedev, by
this
the way, going
might
into
indeed
more of that
be
knockdown move
over.
that we're used to seeing on hard courts. So he does get that break of serve. Kind of lost his mind for a little bit at the end of the third. Of course, Borges also came up with these really good drop shots. He was moving Medvedev around the court, coming forward, doing a decent job with his forehand. Approach shots, but now it looks like Medvedev is going to win this pretty comfortably.
Yep. And let's see if Hubert Hurkacz can keep going as well. I think so far, of course, he's been broken in this match in the opening set. In fact, very early in the set. However, after that, I don't think he's ever really had to save a breakpoint. I think in the second set, it was just Kazov who was very often in trouble.
And also, what's going on with the other big serving counterpuncher?
Yeah, in fact, Hurkacz has only lost 10 points on serve so far. And of course, that one of these, like 4 of these points were in a game where he got broken. So, yeah.
By the way, Zverev is serving at 3-4 left 30 against Norrie. So perhaps a chance for the Brit here to steal this second set, or win his first set against Zverev. I don't think he's ever even won a set.
No,
In those
he won
4
one.
ATP
He won. Yeah, he won 4. He won 4 sets against Zverev.
Yeah, I mean, like post 2019.
Yeah, I don't think he's won one. Yeah, in the last 4 matches. And that's a very quick game for Hurkacz as well. Kazo is still winning over 80% of his first serve points, which is, it doesn't feel like it because recently nothing is coming to him for free. But I guess, some of that is also how high he was on that stat in the first set. Second set down to 77%. Now only 2, of course, so far in the third set. But yeah, the match might be over, and a large part of that was just him not getting anything in the tie breaks, like for free. There was just no big serves that were giving him the points. Maybe one in the second set tie break, maybe a couple in the first serves in the first set tie break, but it was nothing compared to what Hurkacz had. And especially the second set tie break was also like perfect from the pole outside of the double faults. I think he literally got like almost aced by Kazo. Like, it was an unreturnable serve. There was a double fault, and there was also a longer rally where he misses the forehand, but was the second point of the tiebreak. Whereas all the other ones were like pretty excellent. So
Speaking of double fault, Zverev just dumped a second serve in the net at 140 kilometers per hour, just decelerated.
classic.
Yeah. And now he is facing 2 break points at 3-4, 15-40. So let's see if Norrie can take advantage here. He saved the first one. But Norrie just missed a really makeable forehand. He just completely mistimed it, so Zverev saves the first break point. And he's going way back to return the first serve. Oh, and he gets... Wait, did he make that? No, he didn't. He just missed it wide. Zverev comes up with a big first serve, and it's deuce. He went way back on the first serve return and then tried to block it on the forehand, but just missed it wide. Yeah, okay, now he has another second serve. Where does Norrie stand here? Let's see. He's standing just near the Melbourne sign to return Zverev's second serve. 3-4 deuce. And this time Norrie being more aggressive on the forehand, going forehand inside out, trying to come forward, and goes back behind Zverev with a backhand drop shot, and Zverev misses the forehand pass in the net. So another break point for Norrie. Norrie doing a good job of being really aggressive on that point. Hitting a pretty big forehand inside, out. Now let's see if he can actually do it on the break point, though. So this time Norrie gets into the rally. Zverev makes the first serve. Backhand cross from Zverev. Forehand shank by Zverev. Way out, and Norrie has got the break. So he'll serve for the second set. Zverev, of course, with some mistakes in that game, like double fault and then the shank forehand. But Norrie also doing a good job applying some pressure, especially the point at deuce. Where he hit a really good forehand inside out, flattened it out. And let's see, this would be a quite crucial set for Cam. So Medvedev looks like he's back on track. He's up 4-1 in the fourth. And I think Hurkacz looks on track as well, right, Damien?
Yeah, I mean, still barely losing points on serve basically since the break in the opening set. So yeah, it's hard to imagine Kazuo giving like fancying a break at the moment, especially as Arthur, we know that he has been like maybe a little lower intensity the last couple of games, and Hurkacz just blasting his forehand right now. Like honestly, this is some of the best forehand hitting you're ever gonna get from him, taking over points very easily. So about to go 3-1 up and about to potentially be very close to taking the match.
By the way, Norrie misses one of the easiest volleys. He hits a perfect out wide serve at love 15, hits the forehand in the open court, and he has the whole court basically on the volley, but he missed it wide. Just a little careless. But nice point here at love 30.
Well, but
So we shall see.
fun point here as well. Hurkacz just defending on the squash shot a little bit, like gets it barely over the net, and Kazuo has to go for broke. Can't make it. So 3-1 up in the third, sorry, and of course, yeah, so far just 10 points lost on serve from Hurkacz in the entire match, and then that's really been making a lot of difference, especially in the tie breaks, of course, but also in the actual sets, and like how easy it's been for them to keep holding. Other than that one game where Kazuo broke to love, this has been really tough for him. And he did have that lead in the opening set, which we have to remember that maybe this was a bit of a chance, but given how early the break was restored, it didn't really feel like it.
Some big hitting from Zverev there on the forehand. Norrie was trying to keep the ball in play patiently, going cross court with his flat two-handed low backhand. But Zverev actually accelerated, stepped in on that forehand, took it down the line, and was more aggressive there. So now he has 2 breakback points. Man, Norrie will definitely be regretting that volley if he gets broken here. It's been a really shaky game for the Brit.
Now Kazuo finds an ace, but it's a little late for these.
There's some good depth on a cross-court backhand that lands just behind the baseline. And Zverev misses the forehand in the net as he tries to redirect it. So it saves one of the 2 break points. Let's see where Norrie goes with this first serve. He does go out wide, but it looks like it was a let, so. He misses the first serve, 30-40, so Zverev has a second serve. Break point. And he absolutely shanks a forehand on a second serve return near the Melbourne sign. Wow.
On Asvi, the score in the Hurkacz-Kazuo match would be 7-6, 7-6, 3-1 to the Paul. So he's only 3 holds away from winning the match, because he's asking about it in the chat. Also, I remember when a few days ago, John said that Vansh is pumped, and I think today Vansh is pumped as well. Like, how excited is he getting about that Zverev Norrie match?
Norrie with an ace out wide and deuce. And now he has a set point.
John is laughing his ass off there in the background.
Right, set point. Norrie goes for the body serve. Backhand cross from Zverev. Backhand cross from Norrie. Forehand cross from Norrie. Backhand down the line from Zverev. Forehand cross from Norrie. Backhand and cross from Norrie. Forehand. Then looks like Norrie misses the backhand long. Just a neutral rally ball miss. Just a little bit long.
I'm laughing at Ghosty's comment.
Oh. That's pretty
Apparently, you're gonna become a big Norrie fan in his mind now.
No, I'm
just like
liking the more
Mario
aggressive
hates
version
Ben
of.
Shelton.
I like it when
Mario-
Norrie plays aggressive, man, like he did in. Well, like he's probably never done, but yeah. Oh, Zverev
Yeah.
finds the backhand pass down the line, but Norrie was not good up there at the net. Very tense, and just floated that forehand volley up for Zverev to hit the pass. Just hesitated slightly behind the approach. So, yeah,
Medvedev is now serving for the match as well.
yeah. Medvedev
What a
got
fun
the
first set fight back for Nuno. He did rally a bit. He
Yeah.
got a set, so I think that's already.
Reminds me a little bit of the O'Connell steal in the third set when they played the US Open.
Or Tanasi against Dimitrov this event.
Yeah, that's another good example. Okay, wait,
There wasn't a break advantage for Dimitrov, but there were so many breakpoints along the way.
yes, that's how you do it,
Wozniacki,
Cam. You
so-
go for the forehand down the line, and you be aggressive.
Vansh making it pretty clear who he's rooting for there.
Well, I mean, yeah, Norrie is playing good enough to win the set, so he should win it. Let's see. I mean, he turned around the Casper Ruud matchup one time, so maybe he can do that here again. He goes for the backhand. He goes for a forehand drop shot. Zverev gets there, digs out a pretty deep slice approach, and Norrie misses the backhand just wide, and didn't really give himself enough spacing for that pass.
Kazoy is really upping the intensity now. Like he's chasing down everything, but even he won't be able to get to that ball. That's a pretty good half volley pickup from Hurkacz. Kazoy actually played it pretty good at him, but yeah, Hurkacz
Zverev
just
almost
touching
threaded
it
the
a bit.
needle on the backhand cross court pass, but just missed it wide. So Norrie saves another break point. Norrie is playing good tennis when he's down break point, but he just can't finish off Zverev right now.
Should have
Norrie
been
matches
Lucas
are
Klein
actually
in the format.
there is a certain appreciation to watching Norrie play live, for sure. I watched him live at Indian Wells in 2021. I watched the semi against Dimitrov, and I watched the final against Basilashvili. So
The
so it was
best
kinda
ATP 1000
forced.
final ever.
Oh yeah,
The best
yes,
ATP 1000 final ever. Cam Norrie against Nicolas Basilashvili.
and you know what the best rivalry ever is, right? It's Taylor
Oh
Fritz
no!
against Cam
Please
Norrie.
don't! No.
Yes, that is
I mean,
the
I
best
guess yeah,
rivalry.
that's two of your favorites. If Barbora Krejcikova played mixed along with them, and also who else? I don't even know, but yeah, Taylor Fritz and Cam Norrie. It makes sense that you would enjoy this rally indeed. This rivalry, I said rally for some reason. 4-2 Hurkacz anyway, but yeah, Kazo was really going for it here, like was trying to get that break. I think for the first time in a while, the game on Hurkacz serve like seemed lively at least, but no, he cannot.
Oh, and
produce the break.
Norrie hits a forehand that just dips over the net, and that is very, very lucky. But he will take it. He's got his first set against Alexander Zverev, and now we go best of 3. All right.
Vash is so pumped, incredibly pumped. I've never heard you this excited on a watch along before, which is interesting to me that this is for a Norrie
I just have
Zverev
very
match.
tried when it comes to like the actual commentating because I've been so sidetracked with our other tangents. But of course, there's
Hutch
people
going
like
to
Nick
bed. Good
and I
night.
guess Matthew Owens who like do proper play-by-play when they come on here and do these live watch-alongs. So
I do it when I am by myself, but like in with two people, it's like
yeah, then it's a lot harder.
yeah. When I'm by myself, you kind of have to do it because otherwise you would have so much silence.
Yeah.
Whereas here we just sort of feel that void anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's definitely been a bit better from because of the last few games. Maybe the whatever pills he got or something on that medical timeout, maybe they also helped. But by now he's obviously in deep, what, 2 holds away on Hurkacz. But the last few games finally have felt like a lot more entertaining, lively, and like something it can actually happen. Even though he lost the break to 15, but he was like running all over the court and getting to every single ball possible until he couldn't. And indeed, Hurkacz's forehand hitting has actually been really good in this match. And that's helping him stay alive here. 4-3, 2 holds away.
I guess I'm gonna have to get my charger again because my laptop battery is dying.
Mehdi will win this tournament, says Meditation Melody. If he has to go through both Alcaraz and then Djokovic or Sinner, that looks kind of unlikely. But it would be one of the best wins of his career. In fact, of course, he only has one other slam, so it would be one of the best two, but it would probably be the bigger one even, I think, if he did that, if he did both. Sort of similar to Sinner last year when we said that the Beijing title is actually more impressive than the Toronto one. Of course, since then he's been only just getting better and better.
Yeah, he seems to be just checking off all the boxes. I mean, he's now in the quarters without dropping a set, and Kachanov played really, really well yesterday, and only got 12 games out of it. So
was that Luka Van Asch that I just saw?
Oh.
That would be a little weird because he didn't seem to be sitting in like Kazov's box. It seemed to be like just random spot in the crowd. No, it is Luka Van Asch actually. He's sitting with some French fans. I don't know if this is actually the Kazov box or not, but it would be funny if Luka Van Asch was just sitting in a random spot in the crowd with some very loud French fans. One of them had a basketball jersey with the name Kazov on it.
Medvedev, yeah. Medvedev on-court interviews are really fun. That's for sure. He is awesome with a microphone.
He is, but I never listen to any anyway.
Why not? You should.
I'd rather switch over to another match already. Like, no.
Oh yeah.
When the match ends,
I mean, at least
just turn over instantly. I don't even see the handshake most of the time. I'm already watching something else.
I guess because you got to watch all the challenger matches and all the.
Not all that, but yeah. Or actually, when I'm not watching anything else right away, I also probably usually turn it off for the post-match interview. But yeah, Medvedev definitely one of the more intelligent and talkative, elaborate players.
Yep.
I've been to a few pressers with him, but 90% of that was in French. So I didn't quite get the full experience, let's say that. I hated him for knowing French that week.
Oh yeah.
Oh, to be fair, he also didn't play that long, so I guess it was just 2 maybe conferences, but still.
He speaks French, English, and Russian. Am I forgetting anything else?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I think just those 3.
I don't
But
know if I
yeah,
was
what else
aware
is
of that
happening?
before that week, but well, then of course I found out about it quickly. Anyway, yeah, what else is happening? I mean, Gazal still trying to serve out the 3-5 game, but he can't push Hurkacz on serve basically the entire match after that opening break, and he's paying the price for that.
Yeah, Zverev held the first game, so it's just not serve in the third.
Yeah, if Norrie broke the first game, it would be like, Norrie broke the first game, whereas right now it's like, yeah, Zverev
Yeah.
held the first game.
Also, yeah, I mean, like Norrie is the underdog here, so I gotta,
Oh,
give him some
Nurlan is
encouragement
there
to
in the
make
chat.
this a good match. So we have Nurlan and Jake and Ghosty. So we got all of our usual loyal followers. And Terry, of course.
Nurlan is the only person worth mentioning, let's be honest. I mean, Nurlan is the king. He did not pay me to say this. Although Nurlan did
Oh, wait,
comment
Sean.
under
Yeah,
under one of my tweets a few days ago, and he said that Goff is gonna win the title, and she's gonna make you regret all the things you said about her, which kind of made me think, what was I saying about Coco Gauff? And I guess other than the fact that I don't believe in her chances of beating Sabalenka and Świątek in a row, or Sabalenka at all, actually, not even Sabalenka in an individual match, and that she was clearly the worst player in the at the US Open final, and Sabalenka just totally lost it from being in control. But are these really things that I would regret if Goff wins the title? No. I still would believe them, or maybe I would change my mind. I don't know, based on what would happen in the final or in the semi. But yeah, I guess they weren't really things to regret. So, but it got me thinking. Since the comment seemed like I was, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know. Janie's probably cuddled up to her Davidovich Fokina doll. I guess at least Davidovich Fokina's conqueror, Nuno Borges, did beat Grigor Dimitrov. He took a set of Daniil Medvedev, so Jane can feel a little better about herself. Also, probably Alejandro Davidovich Fokina can feel a little better about himself, even though I think I called his performance criminal at some point this week. But I think it was more criminal for Caroline Garcia and Maria Sakkari still. So.
Oh yeah, Garcia. I forgot about
that. I haven't, but well, you're not gonna be thinking too much about it.
There was also Jessica Pegula, which
Pegula wasn't that criminal. I think I actually had this discussion here on one of the streams that like whether the Pegula loss is as criminal as Sakkari or Garcia, and I don't think it was.
She was clearly She was clearly dealing with some sort of health thing.
Like, and she was also playing a better player, like someone with actual like upset potential, right?
Yeah, but it was more just sort of on her side of the court. She just
yeah, but I know, but like that was maybe what made it okay to me is that she was still playing Burel. Whether like Garcia, if you're like going into a match and against Frank, you know that you're gonna have it on your racket. Like you cannot really afford to lose. And the same goes with Avanesian on courts like this. Like if you're a top player, you shouldn't be losing to her on a fairly quick hard court.
Yeah.
Like just no. And I guess that's sort of what I was going for. I barely watched the Pegula match, so I also
didn't see it either.
Might not be the
I didn't
most
see
informed.
either. I didn't see either Pegula or Sakkari.
Oh, I did see Sakkari, and I wish I didn't.
Or
by the way,
Garcia,
15:30 now. Kazo 15:30 up on the Hurkacz serve. So this is the first opportunity he's had in ages to get a break on the Pole's delivery. Of course, it's still not a break point, but really, that's like how much he has been dominated in the Hurkacz service games since the beginning of the match, literally since the first game when he broke to love. After that, he's barely winning points. But of course, it's not going to be easy to even from 15:30 get a break point, especially if there's more first serves coming from Hurkacz, and he is fairly all now. But maybe now a slight opportunity opens up. There's a second serve that he can look at, just cannot afford to miss the return, but at the same time, he wants to play it pretty aggressively. And of course, he misses the return. So something he couldn't afford to do, he did it. And now match point Hubert Hurkacz to claim a 3-set win, which is pretty surprising that it is in 3 sets. But then again, yeah, the difference in 3 points on serve, quite important in the tiebreakers, and also such a good second set breaker from Hurkacz. This time Kazov makes the return and goes for way too much on the forehand counter. So that's Hubert Hurkacz in the quarterfinals of a hardcourt major for the very first time, and in the quarterfinals of a major for the second time.
Wow, yeah, that is a big result actually. So he is
And
now
it's a
just
big
needs
result
to
for
do better at
sure.
the US Open. And then he would have, made deep runs everywhere.
Basically,
Or I guess
also
fourth
this
round
is
of the
exactly what he was hoping for, I think, in 2024, because well, with his hardcourt major issues and in general major issues, you just sort of wanna have a slam run and make it look easy, right? You just want to make it
Yeah.
as comfortable as possible. And this actually has been comfortable. I know he went 5 with Jakub Menšík, but like he was never
Yeah.
losing there physically. Like after the third set, Menšík had nothing left. So it wasn't actually that competitive. And yeah, I think this is really as good as he could have hoped for, and he has actually real chances going forward against Medvedev. I mean, this has been an exciting rivalry over the years. They've played each other close. Hurkacz, I think, leads like 3-2 or something like that. Let me check that, but I believe it is 3-2 for Hurkacz, with
Yeah,
a
you're
win
right.
at Halle, with a win at what was it, Miami as
Wimbledon?
well, right? And Wimbledon, of course, yeah. So and Medvedev winning twice ATP Finals and Canada, but both times on in deciding sets. And in fact, Canada was like a total steal. I remember Medvedev saying it himself that like he should not have won this match. And Hurkacz's
Right.
wins, actually, the last two were very clean. Miami, the first set tiebreak was 9-7, but then 6-3. And of course, Halle was like one of the best matches he's ever played against anyone, really, and in the final in 2022. So it's been a while since they played, but it has been a pretty nice matchup for Hurkacz. I don't think there's like a big reason behind it, really. Like they are just really similar to each other in many ways as well. Don't think he needs to go for broke that much against Medvedev on many times. He has a pretty flat backhand, so he can direct it at the Medvedev forehand as well. Of course, the serves are huge, so it should be a tight one.
Yeah, he does a few things that bother Medvedev, like he can net rush, comes forward a lot, just takes advantage of Medvedev being so far back. Anything else that he does? Yeah, I mean they're pretty similar in everything else. And usually players like that have bothered Medvedev in the past. Players like sort of his type of mode.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
Medvedev, for a player who likes to
Marino.
drag his opponents into long rallies, he actually doesn't enjoy being dragged there himself a lot of the time.
Yep.
And
those matches against Simone and Bautista good, and for a while PCB, but he turned that around. Yes. Ooh, tight. Oh wow,
this is such a biased poll. I mean, what pusher Damian? I mean, you're gonna see that I'm gonna blast you off the court with my forehand. But anyway, there's also a question from Nurland that I have to respond to. After Iga's loss, did it feel like life has lost all the meaning for you and you are not going to even follow the rest of the tournament anymore? No, definitely not. It felt like that only a few times for me in tennis. Probably the Federer 2019 Wimbledon loss, and also 2022 25K Poznań when Paweł Ciaś lost to Piotr Matuszewski. Let me leave it at that because it's a long story, but I basically left the event a few hours earlier than I was hoping for because my stomach was hurting. Like I literally got sick after that loss. And but yeah, I didn't care that Iga lost because I'm not emotionally attached to either Świątek, Hurkacz, or Alcaraz for that matter. And to like very few players, I am currently like that. In the qualifying, there were a few results that also made me want to puke. I think there was a day when it was just like every single 10 minutes, it was like this horrible, player beating a young up and comer, and it was like all the time. But yeah, no, Świątek Noskova, I don't really care. Noskova is of course very talented.
Yeah, but by the way, not great from Norrie, as he is about to get broken. 15-40. 1-2.
Anyway, what's the plan right now? Are we just wrapping up the stream here? John is typing something in the chat, so up to you. Yeah, my decision-making skills are horrible. Can someone please tell me what to do?
Oh my goodness. And Norrie misses another forehand in the net, so Zverev does break. Goes up
Because
3-1.
there's going to be a different stream for Kecmanovic Alcaraz, right? Okay, so
Okay.
you want more Vange pumped. So I think if that's okay, I will actually leave until Kecmanovic Alcaraz. I will finish off the Challenger pod recording in the meantime, and then we might be back for the Alcaraz Kecmanovic thing. Actually, John says 1 minute, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think I will probably leave as well. Just have to get a few things set for tomorrow, and then I'll be back for hopefully at least the first set of Kecmanovic Alcaraz. And then kind of see how that goes.
Yeah, I can be back for Kecmanovic Alcaraz, but yeah, I just want to get that one thing done first. I only have to record like a 10-minute, 15-minute segment about Indian Wells and match of the week, upset of the week. So it's going to be pretty quick, and also edit that in. But I should be done before the Kecmanovic match easily. Kecmanovic, of course, will start on time, right? Because it was, I think, Medvedev Borges on Rod Laver Arena just before then. Yeah.
Yes.
Kalinskaya Paolini soon as well.
Oh, yeah.
Or after Hurkacz Zo.
Just a second, guys. Just a second. I'll be with you in 2 seconds. Okay, cool. Oh, that was cool. I got quite a few things done, including setting up all of the streams for tomorrow, all 4 quarterfinals that we'll be covering. I hope and anticipate that we'll be covering. We're going to stay live for a bit longer, Jake, or at least I am, just to keep going with Norrie and Zverev. So everyone stay on board if you want, but equally I understand if you need to take breaks, and especially if you're going to sleep. Alcaraz will be brought to you, Jake, by a similar bunch, if you like. I'll be around, pretty sure. I may take a back seat. I thought it was quite amusing for the audience to see my reactions, because sometimes I'm backstage and I know that Damien can see me, but if they're a guest like Vanch, for example, Vanch can't, and also the audience obviously can't see me. But I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm normally just setting things up, sharing tweets, score lines, etc. So I thought it would be amusing to just see me doing the production role, actually, which is what I do, which at some of the time is just giggling at some of the comments, especially Vanch. What happened to you? Did Cam Norrie got pumped into your veins for about 20 minutes there? Have you was it an out of body experience almost?
No, I mean, I just wanted to see if I could, show that enthusiasm while commentating, and then I just got a bit into it, I guess.
You did. I mean, this was sort of, this was sort of Yastremska-esque there, Vanch, as you were getting pumped regarding that thing. Yeah, exactly, Jake. I think it's amusing to see how amused I am. Yeah, but of course, back to earth with a bit of a bump now. By the way, everyone, do check out the videos that I was just sort of showing to you earlier with both myself and Rublev in kind of amusing poses there.
How many of these predictions have already fallen?
Well, I don't think you can blame me for Svitolina, can you?
Yeah, I mean, of course not. Of course
right,
not.
so that's just a null and void one. I predicted Azarenka to win in 3 sets. I thought she would find it
then it's
difficult.
not horrible. If you said like it's going to be comfortable, it's going to be 2
Yeah,
sets
right.
easy, then that would be horrible. But no,
I've
3,
gone
that's
for
fine.
straight sets wins for her catch.
Oh, that's surprising. But of course,
Zverev.
it did end up actually
I went
landing.
for Zverev in straights, which of course isn't going to happen now. And I also went for Medvedev in straights, which it should have been. I mean, he had match points and he
Yeah.
was serviceable as well.
That's an example of what we were often talking about, right? That the prediction was actually right. It's just that.
Yeah, if
it
you
didn't
want
work
to
out.
twist it that way, but I'm happy to not twist it that way, just so you don't keep claiming you got the Australian Open.
Also,
2022.
3 and 4 sets, like it doesn't really matter all that much. Of course, Nuno could have won the second set tiebreak as well. Like, it's not impossible for him to claim the second set.
By the way, we just saw. And by the way, Damien and Vanch, go whenever you want, because I'm happy just to talk to the crowd that's remaining. But we just saw Jim Courier and Daniel Medvedev. I'm more or less on board with you, Damien, in that there's something else going on that's worth watching more than the on-court interviews. And I also think with on-court interviews, like a lot of things in journalism, it's very fashionable to praise one person or one thing that's going on in tennis. It's like, let's just say, I don't know, wow, what a great job Hamburg did hosting that ATP event. And then another person just tweets more or less the same. And then everyone's just saying it, even if nobody thought it before. Yeah. So at the moment, there's an on-court interviewer who I think is doing fine, but it just becomes fashionable. And maybe Vanch is the person who sets the ball rolling, and then everyone copies, by the way, or someone else. And I notice in the media, even moving away from tennis, I see a lot of it in football journalism and in political journalism too, where everybody just sort of says kind of very similar things, and then it goes on. But I will say this, that Jim Courier interview with Daniel Medvedev was worth hanging on for. I don't know if you saw any of that, Vanch.
No, I didn't see any of it.
Okay, you were just sort of saying it, and then you obviously probably switched to Norrie and
then
back to Norrie.
I got into the second set.
I mean, you
so.
couldn't let.
I think he was probably just watching Norrie at that point, because it was captivating and thrilling.
So they did a whole. What I liked about it is Jim took a small risk by saying, "Come to the back of the court with me and show me what's going on." Why? Well, I remember at the beginning of your career, you stood here, and then now you stand there, and stuff like this.
Nice.
And it was good. I mean, Medvedev was amusing at the beginning, and then also even as he was talking through it. But probably if there's been 100, what's going? Oh, I see someone's thrown some stuff on the court in the Norrie Zverev match. Some silver. It's nothing crazy. I don't think we're going to get like a 1 hour thing. Here's just somebody's thrown some foil on the.
No one glued himself to the court.
No, not that I'm aware of. And no.
Anyway, I guess I'm gonna go then. If I am to finish that episode before the Alcaraz.
Yeah, I also have to get going. I'll be back.
Go,
for that.
Vanch, go. I'll stick to Zverev Norrie, and I may well end this stream before. Anyway, just to see what happens in this match and see what happens in the Alcaraz match, which obviously will be getting underway in about 45-50 minutes from now. So we'll play it by ear, but I'll stay live for a little bit longer. Guys, quick question to you all. Who will be the most emerging player in the next years after Novak being the best? Manasvi, I will come to your question now. I mean, is it too much of a cheat to just sort of mention 3 players that are already on the scene, as in Rune, Sinner, and Alcaraz? If you're looking for another one, it's not left field, but it is maybe somebody you're not familiar with, Manasvi, and that's a Brazilian guy called Fonseca. So that's my answer. I mean, I think those 3 that I just mentioned that are on tour and already doing big things. I mean, in Alcaraz's case, he's already won 2 Grand Slams. But the good thing about those 3 is they're exciting, I think, as well in the way they play. And I think they all will produce interesting matches between them. Alcaraz and Rune maybe haven't quite in there. They played each other twice. It's only once at Wimbledon. Wasn't the most exciting match. But yes, Brazilian guy, Fonseca, Manasvi. I'll see if I can share an image of him right now. João Fonseca. somebody to keep an eye on in the coming years. Let's see, how old is he? I'm going to say 17, but yeah, he's 17, and he's from Rio as well. So there you go. So keep an eye out for Zhao in the next 12 to 18 months. And yes, well, Sinner's already there, isn't he? I mean, he's already producing blockbusters against Alcaraz and Djokovic. Cam Norrie holds for 4-2. I say 4-2. He holds to get 2, and Zverev is on 4. So Zverev is up a break in this encounter. Some of the women's results from earlier. Noskova is now through to play Yastremska. So, yeah. Of course, in a short while, I'm going to post the link right now in the chat. So this is the link for Kecmanovic Alcaraz, which we'll be commentating on in around about an hour from now. So stay with us until then. But once you're keen to switch over, also hit the like button and click subscribe. And if you look at that screen, actually, you can also see a join button. Now, what does that mean? If you click on that join button, you can become a member from around as little as $2, €2, £2 a month. You will support the channel, and you'll also get perks such as exclusive footage, particularly when we cover tournaments up close. Some of the new people in the chat today that maybe haven't been familiar with us before, but we do cover tournaments in person. Madrid, Estoril, Barcelona, Indian Wells, Birmingham, Berlin, the Davis Cup, the Billie Jean King Cup, and so many other tournaments over the last 12 months and upcoming tournaments as well. And you get little extra footage with that and little bonuses. And you'll be supporting the channel, and you'll also get perks for the live chat. So do click join. Zverev here, 4-2. A couple of women's matches still, of course, to come. Jasmine Paolini up against Kalinskaya on the John Cain Arena. Which I'm just wondering, where's this Zverev match taking place? If it's on John Cain, then it'll be on after this one. No, Zverev is on Margaret Court. So I guess Paolini will be getting underway very, very soon. Zverev has 2 game points at 40-15. Hurkacz saying that he's very happy with today's performance. Medvedev saying he's just pleased he got it done in Medvedev just saying he's pleased he got it done, obviously, in the number of sets he did, which was 4. He was really keen to avoid 5 sets, and he did avoid that. So yeah. And Zverev holds for 5-2. I tell you what we're going to do while they have a quick break in play at the change of ends. We'll take a short break, and I'll come back and I will answer Raj's question. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. All things tennis, indeed, all things tennis. Just doing a little bit of jiggery poker here. I'll come to your question in a second, Raj. Raj, I'm guessing you've already hit the like button, but if you haven't, please do. And that goes for anyone who's watching right now. We need to get to 20 likes as soon as possible. So yeah, please do hit that like button. What was I going to say to you? Okay, yes, there was a question from Raj about 5 sets. Yeah, I think I'd be up for that. 5 sets for the semi-finals. I'd certainly be up for the final. 5 sets for that. That sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, what about you? What do you think? By the way, an ace there for Cam Norrie. He's actually almost on the same number of aces as Alexander Zverev. Norrie's hit 8 to Zverev's 9, which may surprise some of you. Forehand here to the forehand of Cam Norrie. Now on the forehand of Cam Norrie, has he got a little very, very lucky net cord to hold serve for 3-5. Lucky boy. Lucky boy. So Zverev, though, will be serving for the set here at 5-3. What do you think, Raj? Do you think there should be 5 sets? Yeah. I mean, I think a good example was the US Open of 2022. I was at that particular final between Ons Jabeur and Iga Swiatek. Now, it was straight sets, and it was close. Certainly the second set was a tiebreak, I believe. But it was just like, you know what, give us another set and see if Ons, who's now growing into that final, but it took her about a set and a half to grow into. And I think that was a good example of where a final, I think a final could be 5 sets. Maybe even start that way. Oh, lovely backhand down the line from Alexander Zverev. Might even change the poll, actually. Let's do a new poll, shall we? Let's do a new poll on that. Yes, but only the final. Yes, but only from semis. No. There we go. I've got a new poll there regarding women's tennis. If you think they should play 5 sets, Grand Slams. So do get voting in that. But we do have 3 set points here for Alexander Zverev. Let's see if he can close it out to make a 2-1 lead. As you can see from the ticker going across the bottom of the screen, Svitolina retired hurt with a back injury earlier, so she's out and Noskova goes through. Good first serve there from Alexander Zverev. Oh, it's a shank from Sasha, so it's 40-15. Yes, so here's the poll. Get voting in that too. Same with Iga. Yeah, Terry, but I think that... Do you think Coco would have grown into that final? I think you might be right, but I feel as though Iga would have probably got that done in straights. She might have got the other one done in straights too, but I just felt that with that one in particular, Ons was gaining momentum, and she just ran out of time, basically. Yeah, but that's tricky, no? I mean, you'd have to make slams 3 weeks. I mean, with that philosophy, I think. Drop shot here from Cam Norrie. And it works, 40-30. Hurkacz winning in straight sets over Cazot. Medvedev winning in 4 sets over Borges. So the only wild card left, Cazot is out on the men's side. The only, of course, all qualifiers are gone now. Zverev here goes down the tee. Oh, good return, though, from Cam Norrie. Forehand Cam. Backhand Zverev, though. Loving that backhand. Oh, we're going to go for the lob here. Great lob from Cam Norrie. Now he should win the point here, but does he? Yes, he does. Cam Norrie, take a bow. Now that is tennis point construction at its finest. And from 40 love and 3 set points, we're now back to deuce. Yes, so get voting in our poll. Whether you think that should be going on. I mean, yeah, basically, just limited courts. I mean, Wimbledon gets behind with the weather, especially, and all the rest of it. I mean, you might need 3 weeks for a Grand Slam if everyone plays 5 sets, 128 players in each round. But yeah, it was just too much of a stretch there for Cam Norrie to produce a win, and we've got a set point number 4 for Sasha Zverev. I'll stay live for a bit longer, but of course we will be bringing you the Alcaraz match against Kecmanovic. But we'll probably, if this went 5 sets, for example, if this Zverev Norrie goes out 5 sets, we'll keep abreast of both matches. So just tune in to the stream for Kecmanovic and Alcaraz, but we'll keep across both matches for sure, especially if Vanch is on the stream. And game and 3rd set, Cam to Alexander Zverev. So we're now at 7-5, 3-6, 6-3. 2 sets to 1, Alexander Zverev leads. And we will take a short break, and we'll see you very, very soon. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, some set 3 stats for you up there on the screen. Do make sure you hit the like button, and of course we will be live for the Alcaraz-Kecmanovic match in a little under an hour. I'm just going to provide the link for that in the chat. And for those of you just tuning in, and if you haven't done so already, hit the like button and, of course, subscribe to the channel if you're new. So there's the link for Alcaraz-Kecmanovic, which Damien Vanch and myself will be bringing to you shortly. But listen, there's some stats for you from that third set that Zverev obviously took for a 2-1 lead. Incredibly good serving stats there for Sasha, winning 86% of his points on first serve and 80. Actually, sorry, my mistake. His second serve points, actually both players on second serve were pretty poor. Pretty poor. Anyway, winners there 13-6 from Zverev to Norrie. That's probably not such a big surprise, but Norrie would be disappointed with those 10 unforced errors and didn't garner a single break point in that set. So Zverev in the groove in terms of his serve. And yeah, and of course, the winner of this match will play Kecmanovic or Alcaraz. So things do start getting interesting for Alcaraz. I do anticipate him progressing today. Might drop a set to Kecmanovic. Check out, of course, the video that I did on the predictions, which is here. I'm going to show you that video. My predictions for day 9. But we've got a couple of interesting videos there for you to check out. My predictions for day 9. If you think they are amusing or correct or useful, and maybe you think they're so good that you're going to tune in again when I do other predictions. Don't forget, of course, this time last year, at the beginning of the tournament, somebody said Djokovic Tsitsipas final with Djokovic winning. Hey, Djokovic Tsitsipas final, Djokovic won. It happened. But also on the women's side, an even tougher call was to say that Aryna Sabalenka would win that title, and she did. So check out my predictions and also check out that video with where we discussed Rublev and his quarterfinal issues that he's had. Yeah, so do that. What else is there to tell you? Yeah, Kecmanovic, Alcaraz, of course, to come. Do get voting in our poll on whether you think women should play 5 sets. And the 4th set, by the way, is already underway, with Cam Norrie serving and having lost the first point. So that's something to keep an eye on. Oh, and Paolini and Kalinskaya have just got underway, with Paolini Kalinskaya is up a break already. And I'll let you into a little secret. I said Kalinskaya would win that match. Not doing too badly. Not doing too badly. Hurkacz winning in straight sets, and Medvedev winning in 4 sets. Meanwhile, Norrie's up here, 40-15 on serve. Much to the frustration of Alexander Zverev. Cam Norrie, can he mount a comeback again? Of course, he was down, lost the first set, but came back in the second. Now he's down a set again, 2-1. Talking of which, it's probably about time I updated the ticker at the across the bottom of the screen. Svitolina retired in her match versus Noskova. Yastremska beat Azarenka in straight sets. So it's a Yastremska-Noskova quarterfinal. Medvedev beat Borges in 4 sets and will play Hubi Hurkacz, who beat Kazo in straight sets. And Zverev leads Norrie by 2 sets to 1. And of course, just got underway is the match between Paolini and Kalinskaya. But Paolini's broken back, so that's good news for the Italian. 2 games all there. 1 break of serve each, as far as I'm aware. And Cam Norrie won this first game, so it's 1 game to love to the Brit. Forehand from Zverev. Cross-court attempted pass from Cam Norrie, but Zverev ends up doing a decent job on the volley, and it's enough to win the point. Yes, so that maybe took many people by surprise. Yes, Yastremska just so aggressive and too hot to handle for Azarenka today. Too hot to handle. So the former Australian Open champion and maybe many people's pick to reach the final here, particularly in the absence of Iga and Rybakina on that side of the draw. But she's gone. Svitolina as well, who would have also fancied her chances. Unfortunately, to retire hurt with a back injury. So, yeah, Yastremska against Noskova. Who would have picked that quarterfinal at the beginning of the tournament? If you had that in your draw, in your bracket, wow. I mean, I thought I was Nostradamus, but you're Nostradamus version 2.0. Yes, and there's poor Svitolina getting the attention to her back muscle pull, unfortunately. And there's Yastremska delighting in her win over Azarenka today, 7-6, 6-4. So many breaks of serve in that match, though. And Azarenka will regret the missed opportunities that she had. Nice one, Norrie. Again, good point construction from Cam. $15-30. Nice sort of attempted drop shot there. And then the lob wasn't perfect, but it was enough to force the error. Up to you. You call that one. Is that forced error or not? Anyway, Yastremska's first career Grand Slam quarterfinal as a qualifier. As a qualifier, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, do get voting as well in that poll that I've got set up there. Give us a follow as well on all the socials, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at Talking Tennis TT. There's Hurkacz, a couple of tie breaks. I'm sure you're not surprised to be aware of that. And Hurkacz winning in straight sets. Something I predicted at the beginning of the day. Cam Norrie here on the forehand. He's really maybe should have done better on that forehand. Wow, Cam Norrie. Probably should have done better on the first forehand, but he couldn't do any better than the second, which was a winner. And he's got 2 break points for a 2-love lead. We could be going 5. I mean, it's a long way to go. Yeah, he's got to break serve here and go on to win the set. Zverev there stretching every sinew, but not able to get even close to getting his racket on it. Could serve down the tee there from Zverev. He's in charge of this point, is he? Norrie there running and running and running, just couldn't quite get there. They call him the lungs. Well, he's going to have to lean on those lungs in the next 30 seconds or so to gather his composure once more. Zverev saves one of the break points. Norrie did okay, but good play there from Alexander Zverev. So 30-40 here. Really helped with that good first serve from Zverev. Norrie bouncing up and down. 2 hours, 20 minutes on the clock. Down the tee. Backhand return. Decent depth from Cam Norrie. And now he's into the rally. Backhand Sasha. forehand Sasha on the defensive, though. Cam Norrie could have come into the net there, but he goes long on the forehand. And Cam was kind of up in that rally, and we're back to deuce. Miles there suggesting a moment in time when they could change to 5 sets. Should be beginning of 5 sets for everyone. Second week. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I am kind of keen on trialing 5-set finals or 5-set semi-finals for the women, but is there an argument to say, listen, to make it even, to make it fair, to make it, I don't know, should it be both the men and the women do exactly the same? I'd be all right on a trial period, you know, if the final, the semi started for 5 sets. But yeah, maybe they should all play best of 3 for the first 3 rounds. Do hit that like button, by the way. I don't know if we're at 20 likes yet. And we will, of course, be bringing you Alcaraz Kecmanovic, which will be getting underway in about sometime in the next half an hour or so on Rod Laver. Last I saw, Paulini Kalinskaya was at 2 games all. Now it's advantage Zverev. This will be a pretty big hold for him in his quest to win this match. And he does hold. It's a lovely pick up at the net there. 1 game all. And it's over to you, Cam, to serve. So let's have a quick update on some of the things that have been going on today. As I said to you, unfortunately, Svitolina had to retire due to a back muscle injury. So Svitolina is out and Noskova progresses, where she will play Yastremska. Diana Yastremska. And that's 2 Grand Slam champions she has knocked out en route to the quarterfinal, because, of course, she beat Marketa Vondrousova in the first round. That was 6-1, 6-2, I think. Now we've got Sasha complaining about something. What's he complaining about? They told us different. So I don't know what that was. Something about the back of the court. Anyway, Norrie to serve 1 game all. But yes, Yastremska prevailing there. It was a really highly entertaining match with breaks of serve coming left, right, and center. And that's a lovely backhand down the line there from Sasha, by the way. So love 15. But yeah, Azarenka was serving twice for the first set. But her first serve stats were very, very discouraging. 29% of first serve points won in that first set. She did pick things up in the second set as she went into a 3-love lead, but then went on to lose the next 5 games. And again, that first serve stats were really good for those first 3 games. I think she was at 100%, actually, funny enough. And actually, by the end of the match, overall, her stats were about 51, 52%, I think, winning points on the first serve. But Yastremska was just enjoying the serve, whether it was first or second. And her return was sensational at times and was ultimately the better player. And so she goes through in straight sets. And as I said, we'll play Noskova in the second round. Norrie now could have come into the net there, but again, reluctant to do so. Wonder if he'll pay the price on this one. Now he does come into the net and he puts that volley away with consummate ease, 15 all. Make sure you hit the like button as well on Facebook or YouTube. And there is a very, very pumped Yastremska, understandably so. Get voting in that poll regarding whether you think women should play 5 sets at some stage or another. Give us a follow as well on all the socials on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Talking Tennis TT. And yes, Alcaraz, Kecmanovic to come. Norrie now up 30-15. So please tune in for that. Also, if you hit the join button, which you can see just below the screen, you can become a member. And from as little as €2, dollars, or pounds a month, you'll not only support the channel, but you'll also get some exclusive perks, including extra video footage and extra coverage and extra stuff. So do click the join button. Here are a bunch of upcoming live streams that we will have on the show, including the Alcaraz Kecmanovic match, which will be coming up very, very soon, but also all 4 quarterfinals taking place tomorrow, starting with Coco Gauff against Marta Kostyuk. That'll be the first one that we'll bring you at around about, I'm going to say, 1:30 a.m. GMT, something like that. At about 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Coco Gauff, Marta Kostyuk. We might have Matthew on commentaries for that. I'll let you know. We'll bring you that with one of our bunch. And by the way, Cam Norrie is held for 2-1. So good news for the Brit as he tries to mount a comeback. Good news for the Polish fans and people that are supporting Hubert Hurkacz. He won in straight sets earlier, as did Daniel Medvedev, and they will play each other in the quarterfinal. An intriguing quarterfinal, I would suggest. See a British flag there in the crowd. Couple of videos as well for you to check out. One on Rublev. What do we think about his chances against Sinner? 2080, is that fair? 2080. That's about what I would say. Does he have a quarterfinal problem? Of course, it's 9-0, as in he's 1-0 and lost 9. And if he does, how can we define it? Hey, Gene. Hit the like button, please, Gene. And also check out my predictions video. How many did I get right? And check out that Rublev video as well. I think it's quite intriguing. It's really framed by a really good question that Damien posed on Twitter. Oh, okay. Well, get well soon, Gene. I guess it's sort of the height of summer in South Africa right now, right? Zverev to serve here, 1-2. Now he's on the back, and there's a decent return there. What do we think about Cam Norrie and the tournament he's had? I mean, I guess whatever happens today, making this match competitive, I think, is progress, bearing in mind I thought it would be a comfortable win for Zverev. Spoiler alert for that video of predictions that I made. It's a lovely cross-court from Zverev, that backhand. Alcaraz Kecmanovic is due to get underway in the next 20 minutes or so, Jake. Yeah, our live stream will get probably underway a little bit soon, in about 10 minutes. So yeah, watching some rugby and watching Cam Norrie at the same time. Zverev here on his service 15 all. Of course, Norrie did have a couple of break points in that previous game. Yeah, but I think he could have come to the net a bit more, Gene. Just in the last few games anyway. Thought he was a bit reluctant to come to the net on occasion. But there was probably some moments before I joined this because we were covering the two other fourth round matches with Borges and Medvedev and Hurkacz and Kozo in particular. We were covering those two more than this one, but we did sort of switch our attention in the last half an hour or so. Yeah, I was starting to forget about him as well. Zverev there, 30-15 now. That backhand. How many players on tour would die for Zverev's backhand? Berrettini, Tsitsipas spring to mind. Who else do you think in particular? Rublev probably. But Berrettini and Tsitsipas top the list, I think. By the way, Tsitsipas currently clinging on to his top 10 ranking. He would have lost it, of course, if de Minaur had beaten Rublev. So Rublev there saving him a bit. But if Norrie wins the Australian Open, he bursts into the top 10 and Tsitsipas drops out of it. So, easy, right? I'm not sure, Jake, though. I think Norrie will win matches and make deepish runs, second weeks of slams, and maybe a bit further in other tournaments. But Norrie titles, all I can think of right now is Indian Wells, but there may be some other titles I'm missing. I mean, Tsitsipas has never won a 250, right? Am I right with that one? Or is it a 500 he's never won? One of those two. Double fault there from Zverev, 40-30. Might have done, Jake. Oh, you're talking about Tsitsipas now. Yeah, so maybe is it 500 he's not won? Oh, and of course he won Rio last year, Gene. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Terry, as well. A tournament, by the way, we are hoping, no guarantees, but hopefully we'll get some confirmation very soon. We'll be covering the Rio tournament in person. Zverev holds for 2 games all. We covered so many tournaments in 2023, like we got accredited for, and we had, personal interviews, including Madrid, including Birmingham and Berlin on the WTA side, and San Diego too. And on the ATP side, Barcelona and Estoril, plus, of course, the Davis Cup and the Billie Jean King Cup. But we're hoping to add a couple more tournaments, including some pretty big ones in the next few weeks. Cam Norrie, if Cam Norrie wins the Australian Open. So, yeah, easily done, right? Please do hit the like button if you've just joined us. And if you are new to the channel, click subscribe. And if you click subscribe, that little ticker there will go up to 3, 5, 2. You can know and see it happen after you click the button. A few seconds later, give it a few seconds to just come through. That'll happen. And you can go, oh, I made that difference. And you can do a little dance. You can even unsubscribe, by the way, and it'll go down and then know you've made a difference. And if you want, subscribe again and you can do the yo-yo effect. Yo-yo effect in terms of top 10. Who would fit into that? Who's sort of a frequent visitor to the top 10 and drop? It does seem to be pretty consistent, doesn't it? Like you enter the top 10 and then you stay there, or you enter the top 10 and then you fall out and you don't come back in. There's no one really that's sort of yo-yoed I can think of in recent years. I mean, Medvedev entered, stayed for a while, left for a very brief period after the Australian Open last year, but soon re-entered it with his runs on the hard courts in February. But I'm thinking of someone sort of who bounced in and out. Taylor Fritz, maybe? If you're thinking to yourself, listen, Zverev Norrie is interesting for me, but I'm really keen to know what's going to happen between Alcaraz and Kecmanovic. We got that covered for you. So in about 5 minutes, Damien's going to go live with Kecmanovic against Alcaraz. I think Damien and Vance are going to be covering that one, and I'll probably join them as well once this match concludes, or maybe even sooner. I want to get this 4th set done anyway. We'll see how that pans out. So do click on the link that I shared earlier in the chat for Kecmanovic Alcaraz. There it is. Cam Norrie holds for 3-2. So Zverev will serve at 2-3. Did you vote in our poll, people? Last ball drops as well. We'll have that for you coming up. Oh, Paulini Kalinskaya. Kalinskaya is retained or returned to being a breakup. She was a breakup earlier on in the beginning of the match, but ceded that advantage. And now she's back up again, a break 5-3 against Kalinskaya. Of course, this is one of the matches that I predicted. Make sure you check out that video to see how I predicted them. There's the Alcaraz Kecmanovic match. We're going to bring you all of the quarterfinals starting tomorrow with Coco Gauff against Marta Kostyuk. Hurkacz winning in straight sets. That was a match. Did I predict that one right? Spoiler alert, I did. So there we go. Medvedev winning in 4 sets over Nuno Borges. No, maybe no surprise there. Maybe the big surprise is that that Borges managed to grab a set. Had to save a couple of set match points at one point, I think, in that set even. But yeah. Also, yeah, get voting in this poll. Whether you think women should play 5 sets at slams, and if they should, do you think they should at some point or another? I mean, actually, I probably should have put the 4th option in there, which is yes, the whole tournament, or just yes. But anyway, whatever. Poll started now, so get voting there. An ace from Zverev. What's that? Is that 10 for the day, maybe? Yeah, 10. But it's a really close. I'm surprised that Norrie and Zverev had almost neck and neck for aces, with Zverev on 10 and Norrie on 9. Let me know your thoughts as well in the chat. What did you think of that performance from Yastremska against Azarenka? Very, very impressive. Problem for Diana is the consistency, but that half of the draw is wide open. Is Qin Wenjing the favorite now to get to the final? Maybe. As you can see across the bottom of the screen, Svitolina tied in her match against Noskova, setting up a quarterfinal for Noskova, therefore, against Yastremska, who won in straight sets over Azarenka. Over on the men's side, Medvedev and Hurkacz both won their matches to set up a quarterfinal clash. And here we see Zverev leading Norrie by 2 sets to 1. That's bringing you up to date with pretty much all the matches. The other match that is either underway or finished, or actually it's underway, is this one here, where we have a set point for Kalinskaya to take a first set lead over the Italian Jasmine Paolini. Zverev here with 3-game points to level things up at 3 games all. Good depth there from Cam Norrie. Wayward forehand, though, there from Zverev, so it's 40-15. Try the finals first. Click vote in the poll, Meditation and Melody, if you haven't done so already. Can I call you Raj or Meditation Melody? Which do you prefer? And I do hope you hit the like button, by the way. And now it is indeed 3 games all. See that join button as well? See here? If you click join, from as little as £2, euros, or dollars a month, you'll be not only supporting the channel, but you will also get exclusive perks and bonuses, such as extra videos and opportunities to do different things in the live chat, all at the same time, whilst knowing that you're helping the channel. Oh, so Norrie won Los Cabos, but didn't Tsitsipas win Los Cabos as well? Or am I inventing that? Maybe it was Medvedev who won it, or maybe both. I don't know. Everyone's winning Los Cabos. So as I said, Zverev held for 3 games all. There are all the matches that are either happening, have happened. There's yesterday's live daily podcast, The Last Ball Drops, which of course will be repeated again in a few hours at the end of play. As soon as that last ball drops, I think on Rod Laver, I haven't quite decided how we'll do it today, but at the end of the day's play, we have the episode called Last Ball Drops, where our team of experts look back on the day's play. $15 all. Norrie serving here. Can't afford to lose his serve at this stage of the match. Of course, in the previous set, didn't garner a single break point on the Zverev serve, so that's the 3rd set. but then very early on in this set did have a couple of breakpoint opportunities, and they slipped him by a little bit. I mean, one, I think he was up in the rally and included a forehand that went long. That'll be the one that he'll be thinking about tonight if he does end up going out, especially if he loses this set anyway. He's up here in the rally for sure, and he goes down the middle. That was cautious but effective. 40-15. Do give us a follow on Instagram at Talking Tennis TT if you have Instagram. Give us a follow there. Paolini managed to hold serve, so she fended off those set points. I was born and raised in Norfolk, Raj. I was born and raised in Norfolk, although I've been living in Germany for the last 4 years and various other places. I've never lived in Canada, though. I've only visited Canada. I went skiing in... Oh, we've just gained a subscriber, so thank you, whoever that was. Great job. Backhand slice here from Cam Norrie, and the attempted pass from Zverev goes awry, and Cam Norrie holds for 4-3, so Zverev will serve at 3-4. Yep, born and bred in Norfolk, so not far away. Whereabouts in Suffolk were you born and raised, Raj? And where in Canada are you now? I went to... where did I go in Canada? I went to Calgary, or near Calgary. Fakenham and Norwich did great. Yes, Norwich is more or less my hometown. I was born in North Walsham. That's where I grew up as well, about 20 to 25 kilometers north of Norwich, or as you and I would probably know, 15 miles away. And then Bury St Edmunds as well. I know Bury as well. And now Vancouver. I've never been to Vancouver, but of course they have hosted. Recently, they hosted the Laver Cup, didn't they? And this year's Laver Cup will be in Berlin, so not far away from me, at least in the same country anyway, because I'm now based in Bonn in Germany. As you can see, Kalinskaya has 2 set points. I don't have the match on my screen, but I do at least have the points there, so I'll leave that on to see how those points pan out. If you want to catch Alcaraz against Kecmanovic, we're going to be live any second. Yep, I live in Bonn, not far from Cologne. Yeah. Zverev here, 30 love up on his serve. And Kalinskaya gets the job done. 6-4 over Paolini. So I will now revert the score back to Ipswich Town is your team. My team is Manchester United, actually. But of course, a lot of people that I went to school with were all supporting Norwich. So, Raj, we have a daily show, although probably the timing for you isn't great because of where you're based. But we have a daily show on the channel called Last Ball Drops. And this is where as soon as the last ball on Rod Laver drops, so it'll be at the end of the Zheng match against Dodin today, as I see Kecmanovic and Alcaraz taken to the court. So yeah, as soon as that match concludes, we then go live. But you can also watch it retrospectively. I mean, you can watch it a few hours later. So when you wake up in Vancouver, and you can also, by the way, we've got podcasts as well, Raj, and to anyone else who's interested, some of our shows, the analytical ones, not these live watch-alongs, but the ones where we maybe look at the end of the day, where we have a look at the day's play, called The Last Ball Drops. They're also available in podcast form, so you can listen to them on the way to work, or when you're chilling, or when you're doing the housework, or when you go for your morning or evening jog, or when you go to the gym, and you can listen to us in podcast form as well on Spotify, on iTunes, and all that stuff. Just check out Talking Tennis. Zverev here, 40-15 up. I'm sure he listens to Talking Tennis on his when he's in the gym. Thanks, Raj. Have we got to 20 likes yet, by the way? Be nice to get to 20 likes on YouTube. But yeah, we do podcasts as well. I don't know if you listen to podcasts, but if you do, great. If you don't, no worries. Joining us here on YouTube is great too. Zverev is held for 4 games also. Now over to you, Cam Norrie. It's going to get tenser and tenser for Norrie because, of course, one slip for him could be fatal. Yeah. And if you're keen to join Damien and Vanch for Kecmanovic Alcaraz, go join them. I will not be offended. Lovely ace down the tee there. And Norrie's turning into a serve bot today, hitting his spots in particular. I think that's 10 aces now for the Brit. Better switch that score, really. Now we've got that Kalinskaya set sorted. (30-15) though. Zverev hits back. There's a look at the unfortunate Svitolina, of course, who retired hurt in her clash with Noskova earlier. So Noskova is through, where she'll play Yastremska, who beat Azarenka 7-6, 6-4. Azarenka had big chances trying to serve out the first set on 2 separate occasions. She had set points as well in the second set, I think it was. Did she have set points? No, she didn't. No, she had set points in the first set. Tell a lie. Second set, she didn't, but she was up 3-love in the second set. Before then conceding 5 games in a row, which was basically the key to the match. And Yastremska held on to ultimately seal it 6-4, as she was just a constant threat on the Azarenka serve. And much to her delight, as we can see there, the 23-year-old qualifier into the quarterfinals for the first time in the Grand Slam. An incredible young, as Jose Morgado describes it. Get voting as well in our poll on whether you think women should play 5 sets at Grand Slams. That's there. See you on the other side, Terry. Yeah, I'll be over there shortly for Kecmanovic against Alcaraz. I'm sure Damien will be clicking that live button any second. Anyway, we're into a rally here. Cam Norrie 40-15, and he holds 5-4. Well done, Cam, under pressure there. Daniil Medvedev threw in 4 sets. A little bit more tricky than he would imagine, especially as I think he was serving for the match in the third set, but wasn't quite able to close it out. And Borges came back. Some lovely drop shots from the Portuguese, helping him get back into the match, at least for a little while, before Medvedev closed it out 6-1 in the fourth. Her catch there, straight sets win over Cazot. Yes. So Zverev is serving at 4-5. Feel free, Raj, to switch over to maybe this is your time. Love 15 here on the Zverev serve. Hi, Contango. Contango, if you are new, which it seems like you are, you can do several things. First of all, hit the like button. Okay, that's great. That helps us a little bit. It means that more people will see us in the YouTube algorithm world. But even more important than that, maybe the most important thing, Contango, is click subscribe. And if you hit subscribe, you'll see that number here. Click over to 353, and you'll know that you were responsible, and you can do a little dance. And it helps big style. It really, that's the most important thing. The final thing, if you really want to help the channel, you can also click the join button and join us as a member for as little as €2, $2, £2 a month. And you'll be helping support the channel. And also you'll get bonuses such as extra footage exclusively for members only. But anyway, just click subscribe and do your dance and enjoy the rest of this stream. It was you subbing earlier, Contango. Well, I apologize for pushing it down your throat, so to speak. I'm glad you've already helped us by pushing us to 352. But anyone else who clicks subscribe will be doing so. Contango, where are you tuning in from? We're at 15 all, by the way. Cool. Damien is now live for Alcaraz Kecmanovic, it seems. Southwest London. Okay. Whereabouts is Southwest London? Wimbledon, maybe? Putney? I know, Contango. Well, I mean, you could stay here with us for Zverev Norrie, or you can switch over to Alcaraz against Kecmanovic with Damien.
Also, we have the women's match between Anna Kalinskaya.
Yeah, a couple of minutes from Wimbledon, tooting. Oh, yes, very close, very close. Well, hang on a second. What's going on here? Cam Norrie has 2 break points, or I should say 2 set points, more significantly. Boom, boom, boom. Big moments here for the Brit. Go Cam, as Contango says. So let's see how this serve here goes for Alexander Zverev. Will be desperate for a first serve. It's break points 3 and 4 for Cam in this set. Forehand return is decent, not perfect. Good forehand there. Norrie comes into the net. Has he done enough with that volley? He has. Wow, Cam Norrie, take a bow. What a volley there under a little bit of pressure. And we're going to a 5th set. Cam Norrie, who's already been through 1 Grand Slam finalist in Casper Ruud, is now trying to get through a 2nd. Wow. Wow. Listen, everyone here, tell you what we're going to do. I want you to come join me on the same stream as Damien, okay? So I'm going to, once again, I'm going to share in the link in the chat. Come and join Damien and I over on the stream for Alcaraz and Kecmanovic, okay? If you come and join us on that stream, which I'm going to post for you once again in the live chat. Manovic. There we go. Click here and join Damien and John for coverage of Norrie versus Zverev as well as Alcaraz Kecmanovic. So there's the link, okay? I'm going to go over and join Damien on that stream, and it'll be great to see you there as well. So come and join us over on that stream. I'll be keeping up to with. I'll probably be keeping following Norrie and Zverev, whilst Damien can talk us through the Alcaraz against Kecmanovic. So join us over there on that other stream, and I'll be speaking to you all again very, very soon. Let's leave this screen on here like so, and I'll see you on the other side. Take care, everybody. See you soon. Make sure you like and subscribe and all that other jazz. You know the score. Don't need to remind you. Not again.